why Titanfall? To go back to like the inception of all this, right? There was one day, my brother-in-law was over at my house. I was playing Titanfall, and me and him were just talking about it because me and him both like the game. I was learning Unreal Engine, and I was playing the game, and I was like, this would be like an interesting thing to mess around in. And I was, still pretty green and Unreal, but I was coming up on like a year of having been into it. And I was like, I really want to do something that like, like says like, hey, like I can actually make good stuff in this. So when I was playing the game, I was like, what would that look like in like a cinematic display, right? And that spurred on a lot of what ended up becoming like, the first concept trailer that came out for New Frontiers. But it all just, sparked from playing the game and just, thinking about like what more can be done with this.
It was amazing. All across the country, people came together to work on this. And it didn't matter what level they were at. It could be the first thing that they ever worked on, or it could be somewhere middle in their career. It doesn't matter if you have makeup on. It doesn't matter if you have the right costume on. It didn't even matter if you washed your hair that day. It didn't matter, because all it mattered was that we had a voice, we used our voice, and we had a face, and we used our face. I hope that this is the future of indie filmmaking.
Anybody can really do it if you spend the time and like learn how to create these worlds. And so I'm just excited because it gives people the opportunity to just do whatever they want. Really, it's just crazy because people haven't really had access to this before, obviously because it wasn't a thing, but it's just gonna get bigger and better as the years go by and as technology progresses, and it's just really exciting.
Normally a $1 million budget would require, and we did it for nothing. Imagine that. Imagine doing an entire production that people would refer to as a Hollywood film, but forget Hollywood for a minute. Anybody can do it if you got millions of dollars. We did it for nothing, and we did it with a group of people that just got together who wanted to make something really cool, and we did that. And we did it in a way where you had the freedom to create whatever it is that you needed to create in order to bring the story to life with no restrictions to that. The amount of creative freedom that you have available, like a lot of people are getting scared with all this like digital technology and AI and all these different things in the world. And, it's one of those things that I'm telling you, don't fear. The only fear is the restrictions you're putting on your imagination. Like it's not going to lose anyone's job. It's going to make creators more disciplined, but allow them to be freer with what they're creating because they'll have the ability to create whatever their dreams can imagine. And in that, there's definitely fear because how far do you want to go? But we were able to create this entire world of Titanfall, no budget, with just a ragtag group of people that wanted to make something great, and we made magic happen. And that's what we did.
So the initial dream for this project was, how can you tell the biggest, most epic scale story possible on the smallest possible budget with a small team that is just passionate about getting the thing made? Because, I feel like there are so many storytellers who have those big ideas and they're so limited to what's around them. It's like, well, what if we took what's around you out of the equation? The way that I fleshed out my vision for the whole story was like, initially just writing down all the ideas that I wanted to see, and then basically creating an elevator pitch off of that, where it was like, can I put together, not quite an elevator pitch because it's a long story, but like a one page, like you read the one page and you get the whole story, which, when it actually got written, it was a lot different than a lot of things that were in there. But like, that was the initial idea. What was riding on it was kind of this idea of like, if this comes out and it does well, then the floodgates open for, other, people like you and me can go out there and tell their stories, which is really cool, but then also like if it fails, it might be, you know, the thing that people point at and be like, don't ever try new things again. That's a Disney villain right there. And so, you know, there is pressure there. I think it helped early on that, like, when I was kind of throwing the idea out there to some of my colleagues, I was like, well, what if the whole perspective was from the enemy in the game, so that, you know, players got an entirely different perspective and they weren't relearning stuff that they already knew. But it was in that way also just teaching a new audience about the universe. They were just like, that sounds like it would work. And I was like, okay, you know, like, I guess we're all on the same boat. You know, I dropped this concept trailer, which I call it a concept trailer now. Back then it was just like, that's it, it's done. Like, put it out there. You know, I do them, I upload them, and I forget about them. And like, they get like 90 views. Like, that's it. And then you put out there that you're working on this thing that is like an original piece of content in the Titanfall world, and then like all of a sudden, like all the eyeballs just like right on it. And you know, everybody's asking questions, they want to know more about it. But I released that, and like in a weekend it got 10,000 views, and I was like, hey, that's unusual. So I went onto like the Reddit community, and I was like, I think it was like just under 10,000 views. I think it was like probably around like 8,500. And I was like, if you guys get this past 10,000 views, then like I'll do something more with it. And then the challenge was met, and it actually went over it. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, do you guys want a show or do you want a movie? So it's like, I gotta do something big with it, because they accepted the challenge and I wasn't expecting that. So when it came to, you know, that angle of it, I kind of put it out there. I was like, hey, like, which would you rather see? And, you know, everybody had their different opinions on what it could or should be. As that all started to come in, and the more I thought about it, I was like, you know, like everybody talks about in the film industry business, they're like, you know, your first feature is, you know, gonna flop. And I was like, well, I've already made a lot of flopped shorts and a couple of kind of okay ones. So I was like, if I just make a bunch of shorts, then, you know, that would probably be better than trying to tackle it as a movie. So I was like, doing it as a series. Every episode's just a short film. So that was, you know, kind of my initial approach to jump into new frontiers. My early on fears were mostly around like, could it actually be done? Because I have come up with some wacky ideas in the past, and I was like, hey, like, I think we can get this done. And then it like diverts horribly off track, and then you try to cobble together something that like works in the end, right? I knew from the get-go, I was like, I need to keep people engaged with the process. So like every time, you know, like a stage of production wrapped up, there's this constant communication of like where things are at in the production, and what they can expect in the next stages of it, which not only like helped grow the engagement over on YouTube through the videos that I was uploading, but also through different community forums, but even just within the internal team in production. I think a lot of people appreciated just seeing like, you know, this is actively getting done. Because oftentimes you work on a production, you finish your part of it, and then it's silence. You don't hear anything about, you know, what you did. You don't know the stage of it. I know so many people, I've done it before too, where it's like, I forgot I worked on that and it's been out for 2 weeks. One of the things that I knew needed to be identified early on was the accessibility of this series, because, you know, as much as there are dedicated fans to Titanfall and the Titanfall games and universe and all that, it's a very niche group. And in order for people to actually be able to connect with the show, and the amount of, you know, people who are just from, you know, my film background who became a part of the project not knowing anything about the game, I was like, it needs to be accessible to those people too. So we need to be able to tell a story that brings them in without assuming they already know things about this world. People that wanted to get involved early on, it was mainly the writing team, which was comprised of Luke Ryan, Logan Shiu, and Nathan Snyder. I wrote it in Google Docs.
So I was a Army Ranger for a few years, and I went on 4 combat deployments to Afghanistan, and left as a fire team leader. My name is Luke Ryan, and I helped revise the script after it was written. I ran through it with Caleb, and we just worked through it together and tried to improve it as best I could. I would look at each individual scene and just try to find answer the question per like involved character in those moments. What is the intent of this person? What's the obstacle keeping them from accomplishing that thing? And then how does that resolve or at least progress throughout the scene? And a lot of people might hear that and be like, every single scene doesn't need to have some big obstacle. And they're right, it doesn't need to be big. It can be very, very little. It can be really small, but it just carries, and it forces these interactions between characters who maybe have similar intentions or opposite intentions. So basically I would read through the entire thing, and I would write down all of my general thoughts, notes, and then I would go through line by line and write like page 3. Here's this thing that I have a problem with. And then we would have, a Google Meets meeting, and if we need a screen share, we would screen share, and if we would need to talk through something, we would talk through something, or if it was just on the phone, then it's just on the phone. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of methodologies you can utilize, but the number one methodology you need to always remember to utilize, it's just actually doing the thing. That can easily be forgotten amongst us creative type people, is that just doing the thing and getting it done. It's something that's an obstacle that a lot of people have. Both Caleb and I are pretty action oriented, so we kind of just hammered it down. The first thing that I do whenever I go into any kind of script, anything that I'm reading that needs to get put from a page to a screen, I just read it as a viewer first and just enjoy it and try to pretend like I'm watching it, as much as possible. Because if you can't put yourself in the shoes of the viewer, then you're not going to do much good in creating something for them. So kind of blast through it once and then go through it again and really I'll put some of my initial thoughts down, and then I'll really go line by line through it. And I try to capture everything in those 2 sections when I do revisions like this. So for example, one scene when they're talking about like killing kids, they find themselves in this circumstance that's really similar to the classic lone survivor Navy SEAL situation. It's a little bit more violent than that, but basically there's children in your area and you perceive them as a potential threat to your life. What do you do? So I had a couple ideas about how Ghila might react to it, how Solice might react to Ghila wanting to kill these kids, or these 2 butting heads in this way that is pretty about a lot of military circles. Like, what if that happens? What would you do? So I had some suggestions of some more aggressive lines that Ghila might make. And then Solice might be more like, instead of appealing to her morally, I had the suggestion that maybe she appeals to her morally, but also they're kids. You're in a giant tank, basically. Relax. Just be a better fighter than children. That's kind of this very no BS way of directly addressing the situation in a way that's a bit more challenging of her abilities over I outrank you, because in the field, that's going to be the most important. Your most important quality is your ability. So not your rank. Ghila is obviously thinking of the tactical repercussions, kids can kill people, do we just walk around and die now? So you can have these sorts of this kind of banter, be as realistic as possible. Both sides have points. The idea isn't that we serve up what the right option is in the context of this conversation. The idea is that the audience can answer for it themselves, but that we just kind of show this conflict and how these particular characters are working through it. So one particular change that when I was walking through this script that I had suggested was that we kind of work on Pires' character, and there were elements to it that were already contributing to this, so it wasn't working for nothing. But I don't really know very many mustache twisting villains. And I've met a lot of really, really awful, bad people. I mean, I've met people who, I met somebody who used kids and like mentally disabled people as suicide bombers, and they didn't even know it. Like they put a suicide vest on them and go tell them to talk to Americans. That was his job, was to do that. Stuff like that. It just gets insanely complicated than people are willing to admit. There is no story allegory that you can make that encapsulates all of it. So, and in trying for this story to do that, to accomplish that, I tried to have everybody believes in what they're doing. And if I'm going to sit there and like watch them and understand them, I'm going to kind of be like, well, he's got a point. These aren't just ominous, greedy, bad guys. These are people who feel like in real life people feel, which is cornered, which is like, I don't have a choice but to do this. Like they need the resources from these outer colonies. They feel like they need these resources to survive, and it's kind of an us or them situation. So, I tried to help illustrate that through Pires' character and to see his legitimately decent arguments. You've got 1,000 lives in one hand and 10 lives in the other hand. Who are you going to pick? Especially if the 1,000 lives are from where you come from, who you're sworn to protect. When you're writing these characters, really invest yourselves into them, even especially the bad ones. People who really believe that what they're doing, even though they're in the position of power, they really believe that what they're doing is right. They really believe that the power that they are enacting, the power that they're implementing on this weaker force is the right thing to do. Because I mean, if you're a group, it's not always the case that the underdog is right. I mean, if you have somebody, a serial killer, for example, right? He's definitely the underdog in a country with law enforcement that are trying to catch him, but that doesn't mean you want to root for him necessarily. It can be really complicated, this kind of stuff. So I like to try to draw away from these stereotypical commentaries that, in my opinion, are just political. And to me, that's not a compliment when it comes to storytelling. It's just political, and to take all the politics out of it. There's time and place for that. We have to make our decisions. But in my opinion, it's not narrative storytelling. It doesn't work. But to talk about these really like powerful nuances and truths about war and how can I inject these into this story, it's less about making a grand statement about it and more just putting your characters in it and watching them kind of navigate it as best they can based on their histories and based on the choices they make. A little bit of nature, a little bit of nurture, and you kind of watch them go through this. That to me is so much more powerful than making some 2-bit allegory about some war. So scenes like that can be tough to get right. And a lot of it too is just in all of the lead up to that point. How do these characters interact? How are they like a part of this very deep warrior bond that they have with each other? How does that interact in the context of young warrior who acts like a young person, but not like a stereotype of a young person? She cares about certain things. She's got like this tumultuous past, this that we start to see pieces of, and we care about her. We care about Solice. She's a experienced leader, this person that we're kind of like trusting in a little bit. And then through their relationship, we kind of see them develop in the context as warriors with this immense power that they have, and that they both have. There's a lot of kind of resonance and relationship building there that we worked through as well. When that conflict hits, it's so much more difficult when those people like each other, or that they're at least working together toward a common goal, and they both, for various reasons, seem to be really invested in what they're doing. And then they start to just find these impasses between them over time. And it's more interesting to me to see a healthy relationship hit an impasse rather than somebody just being kind of stupid and then making a mistake, like you see it on a lot of narratives and movies and stuff, and they just kind of like make a dumb mistake and the other person is mad at them and that's their source of conflict, versus hitting these kind of like really difficult moral impasses, these difficult decisions along the way until it's just too much and they just can't. The biggest difference between this project and others that I've worked on in the past has definitely just been how it's been produced and how I've been following along with what I wrote. If I wrote something somewhere else, there's a very established workflow with how to, put that on a screen. And there's a bazillion different, ways to do it. But I mean, the fundamentals are so fundamental that you almost think about it. You need a camera that's good and a dude that can use it. Depending on how the big of a scope of it, you can increase resources. You need your editor at some point. And still, you have the basic skeleton crew kind of fundamentals, and you can have more from there. The biggest difference between this production and everything else I always work on, whether it's one guy or 10 guys, has been just the fact that it's kind of circumventing all those basic conventions that most films have required in the past, but it does it in a way that's still like fun and creative and great storytelling. We've got these voice actors on technology that they own themselves on their phones, and they're working through that. And, you got this product that you have no clue that is how it was put together. You have no idea. So, and it doesn't, and that's the thing with me, it's like, it doesn't matter. It's all about that last end output. It's really special, and it really was my favorite part about this whole production was just being a part of it, because the fact that this is a window into filmmakers of the future, be it animation or just using animation to supplement existing productions. It's so fundamental to the future of filmmaking and creating stories, because, just to see that in action practically from start to finish has been really cool, because there's been a lot of ideas out there as technology evolves and changes. A lot of people, with myself being one of them, these sort of like grand ideas of how they can be applied, but not a lot of people like really hitting the forefront hard and being like, I'm going to make something of substance with this. I'm going to make something that's longer than a 5-minute demo. I'm going to make something that has an emotional core, and I'm going to invest just an absolute insane amount of time into it. And that's going to be a lot of the future of filming, I hope, anyway. Less on who has $100 million and more on who has the ability to write the best story and the dedication to make that happen. And money is just going to be like a much, much, much smaller factor. Not zero, but a much smaller factor than you ever used.
Each actor is so strong and convinces you that like the character isn't a digital avatar. Like that's the amazing part, is like, even in moments where it looks janky, like you're never not convinced that that's the character. Like you're never like, oh, that's just somebody on their phone. That's wild.
Do you have faith, Solice?
I'm not materialistic, Pires, you know this. The IMC, the militia, these worlds, we're but a particle of dust in the room we call time. You know where my loyalties lie, but my faith in any of this is futile once we're all gone.
So you believe in nothing?
Greetings. I am Solice Arethusa, a G98 INC pilot. My career with the Interstellar Manufacturing Company's military division spans just shy of 25 years. I enlisted alongside my best friend, Pires Hayden, who now also happens to be my boss. The war's been tough on us all, but with time, we can regain the necessary resources to restore the core worlds and end this war on the frontier. Is that all?
Yes.
Am I good?
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
That was perfect. One more. I swear to God, that is what I'm putting on my gravestone, because I've heard from so many directors. I'm going to put, that was great, one more time. My name is Cindy Maples, and I play the role of Solice Arethusa. I loved everything Solice got to say, because she was always just so blunt. Nobody likes Solice in this movie. It doesn't matter kind of like where she goes. I think Behm is the only one that actually likes Solice throughout this entire movie, no matter where she goes. It's like, I don't think her boss likes her because, you know, she doesn't have respect for him, so he doesn't really care for her anymore. Ghila is kind of Solice in reverse. Gila's kind of, you know, jealous of where Solice is at, and she wants to kind of be her. So she's kind of like, you know, fending that one off while she's trying to fend her boss off and make him happy. And then, you know, Jack Cooper actually, I think, likes Solice. I don't think he actually has a problem with her. I think he might be the only one that doesn't have a problem with her. And she doesn't have a lot of respect for him. So I think that's kind of where the violence kind of comes in with that relationship. So I think Solice spends the entire time trying to make people like her and knowing deep down they're never going to like her. So she wants them to respect her. She shows her strength over and over again. It's like, if you're not going to like me, at least you can respect me. And I think that's where she always goes to. She's just one of those people that, yeah, I don't care if people like me. And it's obvious nobody does. It's like nobody likes her. So she's just going to make them respect her because of her strength. You may not like me, but you're going to respect me and you're going to do what I tell you to do because of that. Solice has got, I think, probably the biggest arc of any of the characters within Titanfall New Frontiers. She starts out very businesslike. She has a serious issue with her boss. I don't think she thinks that he should be in that position. She thinks that she should be in that position. And I think she's willing to do whatever it takes for her to get into that position. So she takes on taking care of a younger pilot that she's probably not, you know, really happy with. I think she kind of feels like she's babysitting at the beginning of this. And then, you know, she kind of throughout finds a heart for this other character, for Ghila. And she, you know, she starts to love her. And then when she gets to the planet and meets Behm, that's when you really, really get to see that Solice actually has this big heart and she really does care. And at that point, that's when she starts going down the other side of the arc and starts showing that she cares more than just about herself and for what she does for a living. It's like all of a sudden her eyes are opened and she realizes that this is not the world that she wants to create. She wants a better world for people to live in. And so then she spends the rest of her time trying to make that happen. So she's an amazing character, so much depth to her. Bringing Solice to life was a challenge. And I think it would be for any actor, whether they've been doing this for as long as I have, or if they're just starting out. Anytime you have a character who starts in one place and ends so far away from where she started, it's a challenge and it's a journey. And you want to make sure that you don't overplay your hand, for lack of a better word. You got to keep, you know, you want to keep your cards close to the vest with a character like her. Because you know, you've read the script, you know where she's going to wind up. So you don't want the audience to get a glimpse of that. So you have to keep her very guarded. You have to keep her very internal. So that in the beginning, in episode 1, when she's all business and she's aggravated by pretty much everything, and she doesn't want to do the job that she's supposed to do, but she's gonna do it because that's how she gets what she wants. And then you slowly start seeing her change and drift slowly into this other character. And you see her with Behm, which is a great example, which is, I think, kind of the first time, not true. Even when she's kind of like trading with Ghila, there's moments. There are little moments. They're not real visible, but there are subtle little moments where she starts to show you who she is. And then by the time you get to Behm, you really kind of realize that she does have a heart, and she does think about what she's doing. And you do know that although she's done terrible things, and she's probably going to continue to do terrible things, you know that she cares deep down inside, that she cares about Behm. And when Behm is killed, it shatters, absolutely shatters Solice's world. And that is when you see, I think, her biggest change. And hopefully you'll see me rebuild her. She's been shattered, and hopefully you see that she rebuilds herself. I don't even think Solice really knew who she wanted to be next. She just knew that things needed to change, and that she, because who she is, was going to do everything in her power to make sure that things changed for the better. And in pure Solice fashion, she would do it until she died, and she would make sure that change happened. And she will still do bad things to get to that end, because she's the type of person that when she believes in something, she believes 100%. And I always had to keep that in the back of my mind with Solice whenever we were working on this, that she is the type of person, she's strong, and she's always thinking about, how do I win? Because that's important to her, whether it's to win for good or win for evil. All she cares about is winning in the end and making sure that it's the right thing. And in the beginning, she thinks that she knows what the right thing is, but of course she learns that she was wrong throughout the entire time. I mean, she's, had 40 some odd years of doing this, and she's convinced that she's right, and that she knows that this is right. And then again, I go back to the whole Behm storyline, and that's, everything that she believed, she had to refilter that, and she had to figure out how do I believe in what I believed in, and how do I change that so that I believe in something else so that I can create good in the world. For me as an actor, this is the first time I ever had to not work with other actors. I mean, all you have is a voice. So there's, there's scenes where you're walking through wastelands, and, the world's been destroyed, and, you have to visually see that in your head. But so it was really is probably the hardest acting I've ever had to do, because of the fact that all you have is a phone. You have a phone and some voices, that you're hearing. And, thank God we have so many amazing voiceover actors, because they brought their A game. Everybody did. So that helped to kind of get you to where you needed to be. But there were moments where it was just me, and it was like looking out and walking through things. And I had to visually in my head try to figure out what she's seeing and what that makes her feel. And it's, thank God. I mean, I would have like Caleb in my head saying, okay, now you see this and now you see that, which helped. There was one scene where I was almost crying. I don't remember if I ever actually kind of got to tears, but I wanted to, because it was so overwhelming for my character. And, I wanted to make sure that was expressed. So it was very important to me. But yeah, it was very, very hard work. I mean, the first thing they teach you when you take film classes is it's all here, it's all internal. It's on your face. It's in your eyes. And so you had to use every ounce that you could find, because that's all it was just your voice and your face. So, yeah, very, very hard, but so rewarding. I just can't even describe how amazing the things that I've seen. It's just mind blowing. So this project was about 1,000 times different than anything I have ever worked on. First of all, I mean, I've done a lot of voice work, so that part was easy. I mean, you bring your voice, and some water, and you hope everything goes well. But I've never sat in a room much like I'm sitting in now and had nobody around me. It wasn't able to move because, it's a cell phone. It's like right here. It's just your face. It's impossible. It is almost impossible to act with just your face. I've even studied that. I've taken film classes where it was all close-up work, where you just work with your face and your eyes to try to, but it's completely different when you're also trying to like maybe read the line or, try to remember where she's at. And we jumped around. We did not record this sequentially. 1 minute you'll be in this very tense conversation, and the next minute you're in a robot kicking somebody's butt. When it first started, and Caleb was trying to explain to me, very carefully trying to explain to me because I do not understand the technology. He was trying to explain to me exactly how we were going to do this. I'm like, dude, I'm just going to trust you because I don't understand any of it. So I put a phone and you're going to talk to me through something else, and I'm just going to read this and do this character. Okay, let's do it. And of course, we got to do a test to kind of see how our facial features and our voice were going to be incorporated into our character. And then I saw the finished product where he matched my facial features and my voice up to that character. And I was just like, oh my gosh, that's me. I mean, it's not me, but it's me because I can see little weird things that I do with my face in Solice's face. So I'm like, it is me, but not me. It's so confusing. But it just blows your mind that you can have a character like that where you can see so much of yourself in the character. So yeah, I can't wait to see the finished product. It's going to be amazing. Working on a digital production, I hope it's going to be the future. I've been in independent film now for 15 years, I guess. And honestly, the most amazing thing to me, I think this is like, when I stop and think about it, it just kind of blows my mind. I live in Wisconsin. Caleb lives in Texas. We had people on the East Coast. We had people on the West Coast. So basically, everybody in the United States could do this. It doesn't matter where you're at. The fact that Caleb lives in Texas and I live in Wisconsin, which is about as far away from each other as you could possibly get, and that we're still able to work together on independent film is amazing. So I hope this technology just becomes the thing. Because I think it's great that I can still work with somebody that I know and adore and love who's in Texas when I'm in Wisconsin. To me, that is the most amazing thing, and I want it to continue. I'm one of these people that when I'm presented with something that seems like stupid or like this not gonna work or this could be impossible, I'm like, yeah, let's do that. Because I love doing things that seem to be impossible, and I think it paid off in the long run. So
you have 10,000 troops deployed on Mount Kaya, and already the main research facility and 2 stabilizer stations have been attacked. You have this under control, Commander Pires?
Sir, our troops are still trying to understand the terrain and the people of this planet. We will have it sorted out shortly.
We cannot afford compromises on this mission. The core worlds are already on the brink of self-deprecation. You will extinguish all remaining threats on Mount Kaya and increase your force's protocol interference levels to 95%.
I understand the reasoning, sir, but there's still so many innocent civilians down there.
Then, to avoid extinction, we should maintain that innocence and comply. You are dismissed.
Pires Hayden. I am the commanding officer of the IMC Intrepid and was previously a T-37 ranking pilot in the Battle of Demeter. rescued by my colleague, Solice Arethusa. After suffering a substantial leg injury during said battle, I could no longer operate as a pilot. 2 years and a lot of paperwork later, I came into the ranks as a junior captain on the Intrepid. It is an honor to now lead her entire crew.
Like, when I did that, it was like, yo, I feel it. Like, this is going to be something. Like, and I aced it. Like, the first time I did it, I aced it. I was like, yo, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's Pires. Like, that's the character. My name is Roger Tyler, and the character I played for this is Commander Pires Hayden. Well, it all started with a little message. And I got a message from Caleb that he was working on a project using Unreal Engine. And me and Caleb had worked together in the past on a project in Virginia Beach once with a couple of other people that are in this. And he hit me up and was like, hey, I have this project I got an idea for, and I try to have you in mind for the character. So we ended up talking, and we connected, and here we are now, finished the project almost a year later, and it's been a great experience. Pires is the best friend of the lead. I would say he is more of a stern type character, but not exactly too stern. He's more based on a really close bond with his friends. And he also has the side of him that is the commanding officer. He has to be in charge, but I think his conflict was with him and try to figure out what's the best option for him. Because at first you see he's commanding, but then he gets more humanized as you get into the story. It's like, oh, I see that has another side to him of being a human. As you get into the story, you'll see like, oh, he's conflicted with what he really wants to bring across as this character. But it's starting to really conflict with him with his personal relationships and him being the commander at the same time. I did a lot of it of studying on Titanfall and just seeing what exactly is this about. And just reading up on the lore that I could read and just seeing what's what with this. It really didn't, not gonna say it didn't change, but it just made me showed me what I need to bring to this character Pires. Like, all right, if I'm a commanding officer and I'm in Titanfall, how would this mesh? Just reading up on lore and people that are involved in Titanfall and actually talking to a few of my friends about it. They helped me out, like with just setting the tone for me, if that makes any sense. Just, I kind of set the tone myself, but just talking to people, looking at forums, it kind of set the tone for where this character needs to be at, like where Pires has to be. So that's mainly what it was, just talking, man, just doing research. That's with anything, any acting thing that I do, I always try to do as much research as I can on whatever it is or wherever it is, studying the outlook of everything, to see what is this film about? All right, what can I bring to this film that would help the character that's given to me? And that's how I do it. I just put my spin on whatever I think it can be, looking at the footnotes and everything, and just putting that character in place and making sure it fits. With any script you get, you have to really focus on what is the scene saying. Because you can have a scene that you'll think you're being happy and you're supposed to be in a different space, but you're actually supposed to be in this space, really take in what's happening. Like, all right, this is his emotion right now. I have to make sure that I hit this on the mark. Zone out, focus, and I gotta act like I'm in the film. Like if this is me actually on a set right now doing, I have to act like that right now. I just can't move my hands or body. And that's how I got into it. It's just, you have to really, with any acting role that you have to really focus on your character. Pires, he means a lot. He's a very stoic person. His demeanor is very stern, but like I said, he has that piece in him that's very humanized. So that's basically how I am. I'm the same way. Like I'm very stoic. Like at times you'll see me out places, I'm quiet, but if you know me, you'll know that I have a very, very soft core. And I'm always willing to help people. I'm always trying to get down to the bottom of things to make the situation right with whatever I was in. So Pires is almost like, kind of like every character I do. It's like a branch of me. Like if I was this person, how would I be? And I do that with any character I brought, whether it's a villain or a hero or whatever. It's just, if I was a villain, how would I act right now? This character was kind of like right in the middle of that, because he was, you're right, he was kind of like a anti-hero. He wasn't really a villain at all. I wouldn't call him a villain. He had to make hard choices. And it was choices that were detrimental to his friendships. So it really, that's stuff that I go through now, like as a person. Like, it's just, dang, like this friend of mine is not right. I gotta figure out how I can help them. Try to help them. They don't want to help themselves, so I gotta cut them off. It's just really understanding him and understanding his core and how he is with his friends. It was a challenge at certain points to bring that emotion to the character, because I didn't know exactly how that was going to translate from me doing it on Zoom and bringing it to that. But it was almost, it was once we got used to it, it was a cakewalk. It was so easy to bring that type of facial expressions and emotions, and reading through the script a lot and seeing that, all right, this is how he's going to be for this part. Like, there's a scene where we're sitting at a table and we're having just a good time laughing. That scene kind of, like I said, humanized Pires a lot. It humanized him and made him seem more of made him seem less of a stern person. He was just Pires. Him and Ghila and Solice are friends, but he still is so stuck on that commander thing. Now that he's in that position, he's more of he wants that strength of the commander, but he doesn't want to at the same time be like that towards his friend. But like, this is what we are, man. Like, this is the colony. This is how he is. This is how he has to be. He has to come off as a dick. He has to come off with the attitude towards her. If not, your soldiers can die on the field. That's something that the army and military brings anyway, is you can't show emotion. You got to be kind of dickish towards your camp, because if not, people are just going to be like kind of not on edge, but you almost have to be on edge in those type of situations. So him doing that to her, saying that to her, was almost like I said, it was like gut punch, like boom, ow. And for Ghila to try to break the tension with her, he's kind of the kiddish kind of character. So for her to bring that little shot, like, how the fuck there? It was like, I'm still not having it. I'm still Commander Pires Hayden at the end of the day. When I used to just be Pires, but now I'm Commander Pires Hayden. It was a really good, like, depth of character with him with that. Like, so some scenes I would be Pires, and then some scenes I'd be Commander Pires. So it was just a lot of that in this series, like where I'd have to jump back and forth with, all right, this is not the stern Pires. This is the Pires that's more humanized. Then I have to be, all right, bounce back to this Pires. This Pires is commander. He has to have that stern tone and that voice where he can't let things get to him. He has to carry that tone. So those two scenes will be my favorite scenes as far as like range. But honestly, just this whole premise, this whole character was fun to play, because it was so much of a shift that it was a challenge to do. Just shifting from one side of another to the next side, the next session. So I'm going to be honest with you, when we first did this, I'm going to have to like fly out somewhere. So yeah, I'm going to have to fly out and be in the suit and stuff. This is going to cost money. I'm just going to be a lot of time. But us doing it like this was like, whoa, this is totally different. The process of it was so easy because we had such an easy layout of scheduling. Everybody's schedule lined up at the time. Some of us were on holiday break, so certain times we had more time to do things. It was so smooth compared to being on an actual thing, on some actual film set. I can't even describe how it was. This is the first time I've ever been on something like that, but I can't describe the difference because it was totally different. Like two totally different things that I've ever done with acting. Like with acting on sets, I'm in person, I'm there. Well, this is all about vocal and your tone and your vision. I didn't have to move my hands, my fingers, my toes, nothing. I just sat in one spot and just moved my face a whole lot. And that's something I've never done before. We're all over like, all right, hey, what are you guys doing? What is this? Like, this is different. I'm kind of like scared to like, all right, what are we doing? And then once we got into the mode of it, it was like, oh, I get exactly what he is doing. And this is awesome because it's new. Like, where have you really ever heard of a film that's being filmed on Zoom and then put into Unreal Engine, taking our facial recognition and putting that onto the characters? Whether you haven't heard of that. I've never heard of that, at least. And I've never seen the ones where people have done it in person or had the suits on and had to do the movements. Never have I heard through Zoom. So it was really fun. Well, all of us just learning this process and how this is going. Like, this is just kind of like a dream come true to do something like this on this scale and with Unreal Engine. This is going to be groundbreaking, man. And like, just the following we have just from this alone, just from the trailer that was out, is insane. So I'm excited for people to see what the cast has brought. Like, I'm excited, man. Like, I've been hyping this project up for a while, telling people about it, and I'm pretty sure that other actors and actresses have, and we've all just been pushing for this to be a really good thing. And from what I'm seeing right now, that brick road is golden. So I'm waiting to see what Oz looks like.
Are you all right, Ghila?
Yes. Yeah, just a bad dream is all. Can I tell you something?
Of course you can.
During the battle a few days ago, maybe even before it, I felt nothingness. Whether I was killing humans or machines, even when I would have otherwise felt overwhelmed, I experienced emptiness.
Tactics over emotions?
Yeah, like, I didn't ever have to make a choice. It was all pure response and upholding the mission. Okay, so start with my name and then rank?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. I've got this. Hi, I'm Ghila Casanova, a newish pilot in the IMC. I've been training a long time to be a junior pilot. My arm unfortunately prevented me from enlisting when I was younger, but it operates perfectly now. It's honestly strange to remember there was a time when I didn't have a hand. Gosh, this reminds me of when I first got here. Is that recording still around?
I wanted to be a part of this project because it was very new to me. It was a line of acting that I had not done before, and I will very much admit right now that I would love to continue practicing on, which is vocal acting. And I think it's very easy to think that it would be an easy gig because, oh, you're home and you just have to speak into a phone. It's not easy. My name is Kaye Boone. I play Ghila. Ghila was fun. She's I see her as being someone that's very adventurous. She's got a lot of gumption to her, a lot of passion within her, whether that's from the character's history, just that spark that she has to like keep going. Like she's gonna get what she wants. Once she has her mind set to a goal, she goes after it, and that's something that even I think I could take inspiration from. You know, that almost like a carefree. In a reality, I almost picture her as being like a wanderlust kind of person. I treated Ghila very much like any other character. You're creating a whole world. So Ghila, from an acting sense, you want to go ahead and actually put life into a character, whether it's animated or live action, theater, film, whatever. It's still, you're creating a world for a viewer, for an audience to delve into, so that
what's the first thing that comes to a character? In my opinion, it's going to be psyche, ego, the human basics. And so you have to think of the psychology of a character. And Ghila I feel very lucky. You always hear that there are no small characters. Gila's a massive character. There's a whole background story for her. So I got lucky that I didn't have to do all the work on that. So I got to actually find an extensive, there's another page right here. Gotcha. That's why it's so important to study your script and then even visualize. I do a lot of visualization when I study my scripts, even though I'm not the director, but if I can visualize what I'm going to be doing, even though it's an animated film, it helps put you in that driver's seat for your character. Helps put personality to it. That's why an actor is chosen, is because you have a personality that maybe the casting director or the director's like that. They have that something. Let's go ahead and infuse it. I think the women appear very strong. And I know that's a very basic answer. I worked with Cindy most of the time. So hearing even her character, that was fierce. A little ballsy on her, but it was fierce. That I don't have that. I just say the words for them. That's all them. They are go-getters. They know what they want, and they don't appear to be afraid of it. Quite literally in this instance, whether they die trying, it's their purpose. It's not even about passion at that point. It's purpose. There's something that they need to get accomplished, and everything else is motivation and or inspiration. Those are almost like the crumbs that they're picking up on the way from point A to point B. To them, where the audience can see it as these huge obstacles and hurdles, and that's the part of the story. For them, it's not. For them, it's just little anecdotes that add up to what they're doing, their mission. So the way I was able to come up with various emotions that Ghila might have, I study a lot. History of emotions. Emotions have never changed. It's just the events that have unfolded are the different stories that we know and have today. Go to art galleries, listen to music, understand different culture, speaking different languages. When you speak literally different languages, the syntax isn't the same. And when you change the syntax, you're actually changing what you're saying. Now we can roughly translate into English what we can understand better, and it pretty much means the same thing, but it is slightly different. And so when you can grasp a cultural change, you can better understand personalities from around the world, or especially when it comes to different worlds. Star Wars, Star Trek, Titanfall, all these things, you can get an idea that emotions haven't changed, but your circumstance or the scenario that you're given will alter it. And so just honoring that, appreciating a different culture or adding to this culture, I think, is how I develop it. So when it came to vocal acting, I think I initially, whenever I start a new branch of acting, I always go back to theater, and I think all the greats stem from theater, but where I personally might have an issue is I always want to take acting back to something theatrical where it's not necessary, like enunciating a word way too clearly, just because my theater brain's like, oh, this is how you want to do it. That's not how maybe this character would speak. So you have to tone it down, similar to film in that instance. I've done acting for about 10 years, starting off in theater, and then found my way into film, which I adamantly love. I love doing film work. Very different types of acting in that instance. When it comes to theater, you always hear about projection and be loud so the person all the way in the back can hear you, and you have to express yourself much more clearly. Film is the opposite. It catches every little wink or wrinkle that, like, a smile might make. So you can really tone it down. And don't be loud, because I always feel bad for the boom guys. I think every actor or crew person should be part of a close-knit crew so that you can at least empathize or understand what the other person is doing. And that way it's a better team effort. Go get 'em.
My name is Jack Cooper. It's good to see you running again.
It seems as though much of my data has been erased. Scanning database. Scan complete. You are Rifleman Jack Cooper of the SRS Militia. We were linked 16 days ago.
Yeah, we were. Those first few days were wild.
I may require further briefing, pilot.
Hey, you blew up a planet.
That sounds unlikely. Even at full capacity, my energy core is only capable of causing a 40-meter blast radius with a force of 72 pounds per square inch.
That's the BT I know.
I look forward to learning more about you, Cooper.
Cooper, we have just received intel that the IMC has begun collecting remnants of the fold weapon and bringing it to a research facility on the planet Malkia.
Commander Sheri Lee, it's good to see you again.
Oh, so you remember her, but not me?
I read her name tag, and my database suggests we have a long history. It was also an attempt to humor you.
It's good to see you too, BT.
All right, let's do this. I'm Jack Cooper. Yes, the one and the same. Sarah says that I saved the frontier. But I like to think it was a team effort. I haven't been a pilot for very long, actually. Still getting into the swing of things. But I had two of the best instructors. Ty Lastimosa and BT. I miss them both very much. But I'm not about to give up on finding BT. I know he's out there somewhere.
Titanfall isn't about Jack Cooper. It's not about BT, so to speak. It's about a much larger conflict of the people on top versus the people on the bottom. You know, and it's sort of like a maybe not even a good versus evil story, but it's a story of oppression. It's a story of rebellion and desperation. My name is Justin Foster, and the character I play is Jack Cooper. I came to be part of the project just being a user of Reddit. I saw the initial trailer that Caleb had actually put up in the Titanfall subreddit. When I first saw it, I was like, is this a teaser? Are we getting something here? And I actually had to look into it and be like, okay, this is a guy who's putting together something really cool. And I was like, oh, I got to be a part of this. I got to be a part of this. You know, it couldn't hurt to reach out. You know, I'm just some nobody. He's not gonna give me the time of day. I just contacted him directly. I said, hey man, this looks cool. No, I don't know what sort of need you have, but like, this is something I feel like I can get behind. So if you need help with anything, you know, my skills lie more directly in acting and voice acting, but if there's anything else I can do to help make this a reality, I'd love to help out. And just kind of took the conversation from there. Playing the main character of Titanfall 2, it was an honor to say the very least. I mean, like I said, I'd been a fan of the Titanfall series for quite some time, and I've been very familiar with Matthew Mercer's work in that and other stuff too. So getting to play Jack Cooper was so much fun. It was great. The character of Jack Cooper in the source material Titanfall 2 starts out as a rifleman, a grunt on the lower end of the totem pole, so to speak. But he has a dream of being something more. He works hard and he trains and he strives to be something greater, be what they call a pilot. Somebody who's incredibly talented and can pilot these giant robots. And in kind of in the middle of the training, he's thrust into the role sort of prematurely, and then rises up to challenge that is required of him. And I've always sort of gelled with that, as I myself, as we all have dreams, we all have aspirations. I really connected with that part of the character, Jack Cooper, where he's just a guy who wants to do something great and gets the opportunity to, and saves the world because of it. I'm always very thankful whenever anybody will trust me with a project or a character, and so getting to do this was a lot of fun. I have done acting, yes, in a few different places, San Diego, LA, Vegas. And then I made a transition over to voice acting because it deals more with what I like doing, the video games, the animation, and more choices or more options available to you as a voice actor. Before I had joined the Titanfall project, I probably have been doing voice acting specifically for about 3.5 years at the time. This production is different in that most of the time when I do voice acting, whether it's for a character or for a commercial, one, I'm on my own and I kind of have to come up with that energy on my own. We got to work with some people in the Discord room, which was great. I was very excited to do scenes with other people because I know that you can do some great stuff. Usually as a voice actor, we do what's called acting in a void, where we have to sort of come up with our own energy of the other person who's not always there. We do our lines separately, so we don't have that sort of energy to feed off of with other people. We just kind of have to make it up or improvise or sort of push ourselves further. But being able to hear the other person's performances real time while you perform draws so much out of you. And in the rare opportunity we voice actors get to do that, it is so much fun. I feel like we were able to take the scenes to places we didn't expect it to go, when you're kind of going over the lines. And I think we came up with some pretty good stuff. I feel like there were some good moments there of discovery of what is possible in the scene with the lines. It was a blast, honestly. So much fun. But this was also probably the most significant role that I've done that wasn't just like, a goofy little cartoon character or a silly little goblin character that dies immediately. This is a real character that I had to do research in. I played through the campaign again and really kind of paid attention to some things that I didn't pay attention to before. This was probably one of the, at least in recent history, one of the bigger roles that I really spent the time to pay attention to. As a voice actor, it could be easy to throw out a little goofy voice here and there, but it wasn't about the voice. It wasn't about what you sound like. It's about how well you connected with the characters and how you can make that character connect with other people. I hadn't done that in a while, to be honest. This was definitely me stretching some of my heavier lifting theater legs. The process of sort of filming what we did was we would all get on to a call sort of like this, Discord or Zoom, whatever worked for us. I think we had to do a couple different ones to get everybody in. But I was in my booth. I actually had a different booth at the time with a little bit more room, thankfully. So I had my phone set up on a little ring light that was just sort of framed on my face, shoulders, had, put some headphones on, and we were all in the Discord room, Caleb and the rest of the actors, doing our lines together. But the also having our phones sort of set up in front of our face to capture that facial movement. Yeah, and then we just went to town. We had a blast doing it. I think that it, as far as approaching it from a show rather than a game, there's action with the big robots and the cool pilots that can fly and jump and slide. But we do get to see so much of how these characters are feeling and how they're reacting and how they sort of change throughout the show. In the game, predominantly it will be action, and we get to see we get little breaks of character interaction and character growth and development. There's much more of that in New Frontiers, and that is so great to see. There's still plenty of the action with the big robots that we love, But with New Frontiers, we get to really see these characters develop. So I think people are going to be able to watch this Jack Cooper and recognize him from the campaign immediately. You know, he's a very humble guy, doesn't hesitate to sacrifice of himself for the greater good. And those are, I think, what people liked about him so much. And seeing that in this project, I think they're going to love it. I really do.
Solice, we're under attack.
Use your help now. Let's go. You rolling? Okay. Hey, Gaz here. I'm the one they send in when they need something done, and nobody else can do. I've been with the 6-4 for a few years now, and let me tell you something. There's a reason we're the best of the best. You mess with us, you better be prepared to have your ass kicked in.
The action scenes that we had to play in Titanfall, so these scenes where there weren't a whole lot of lines delivered, but you had to deliver either like emotional grunts, right? Or the occasional line that came off of, let's say, a right hook, right? So you'd be fighting, I don't know, in your Titan or in just like out in the world, and you'd have to say something like, gotcha. You know, so like, how do you end up portraying that particular emotion when you're not actually fighting somebody and you're just sitting alone, you know, at your house or at your home, making these particular scenes? And the way that I approached it was I just let my imagination run wild. Like I would read the script and I'd let it play like a film in my head, and you know, I would physically get into it. I'd start moving and I'd be like, all right, I'm getting hit, like, oh, you know, like I can feel that. It's almost like you're using the force a little bit, right? Like you're in your mind, you're telling yourself that, like, it's like, I just got hit in the side, and like, oh, I just got hit in the face. I can understand how that would be tough for anybody who's never fought before. Luckily, throughout my life, I've had the ability to, I've always been really into martial arts, so I did MMA as a kid, boxing as a kid. Never done it like professionally or anything like that, but I've done like stage acting. I've done like months and months of like stage combat, months and months of film combat for different films and scenes that I've been in. So the idea of me fighting in a particular scene is very familiar to my body. We were provided a series of like character breakdown, how the director Caleb saw the character, their name, obviously, where they fall in the universe. So Gaz is a soldier, he's a part of the 6-4. So I'm like, okay, this is a soldier who doesn't give up, who's been to hell and back many times, has a close-knit group of friends, is super loyal. Let me see how this guy would walk. And that's how I approach all of my characters. I figure out how they would move and how they would like work in a space. So that's what I did. I walked around the space that I had, and I threw on, I have this camo like sweater, this hoodie, and that was my character sweater. Whenever I was acting, I threw on that sweater because it turned me into Gaz. I'm very method in the way that I approach my acting, so I embodied the character. I was walking around, I'm like, yeah, this is how he would walk. Once I figure out how they walk, I figure out how they talk. Because of how you hold your body when you transform it into certain things, it makes different noises. Like, for example, people in different parts of the country sound different than they would sound if they lived in other parts of the country because of where they grew up and how they walk and how they interact with other people. So I was like, okay, how does Gauze do that? How does he walk? How does he talk? My favorite scene that I got to do in Titanfall was the scene where 6 characters come together and they react to what would be BT coming back to the base, and just like the dynamic of what would be this like group of soldiers that called the 6-4 coming back together and kind of like bouncing off of each other. That's by far my favorite scene. A lot of the other stuff that I've done, all being captured, you know, with like video cameras or film cameras or just viewed by an audience. It's completely digital production. So you know that everything that you're doing is going to be translated to a character that is not of your face, but will have your soul, right? It's like your spirit that you're putting into this particular character to bring it to life. Like one of the craziest things that was totally different with this particular scene was seeing Gauze come to life, knowing that it wasn't me that was moving. It was solely just my spirit that was going into this character. And it was the animators doing their magic to make the characters move, right? Like the puppets, and really just bringing this character to life. So I think that was the biggest thing. It really took a team to bring the character of Gauze together and all of the characters together. But at the end of the day, like for me and for doing the acting with it, the one thing that was similar is it was always the same spirit, just kind of like bringing these characters to life. And in that, I was able to find the character and ground it as like an actor. Production-wise, it was like completely different. I found like on the production side, a lot of the times with digital production, it's closer to film than it would be like theater or something like that, because ultimately it's being made into a movie, right? So it follows a lot of the same production guidelines that a movie would be. So as an actor, all of the same things are needing to be done. You need to identify the character, you know, break down the character. How would you play this character? How would I relate to this character? How do I become this character? And then ultimately, how do I maintain this character and call it whenever I need to, you know, shoot and deliver the lines that were presented to me by the writers. So taking that information and internalizing all that and then communicating that in a way to portray the character is ultimately what I had to do. I think that one of the hardest things that I had to overcome was, unlike other productions that I'm on, it required me to be a little bit more technical as an actor, just because we did it on the phone. Luckily, I'm a technical guy and I didn't have any trouble setting up my phone and doing anything like that. But one thing I did struggle with was like, okay, we want to capture really clean audio. Where am I going to find a room that's quiet enough to do that? Where like on a set, you know that's being controlled by a sound guy, you know that's being controlled by your boom operators and the entire sound division, if you will, of a production. Where when you're shooting it on your own, you're the cameraman, you're the sound, you know, the sound guy or the sound team, you're the lighting crew, you're the entire production in your room. Granted, it's all being done with the phone. One weird thing that we had to do that was different than other productions that you would normally do is like all of us, so picture like 8 different heads on a screen in a Discord, all blinking and clapping at the same time. So basically what you had to do is whenever you had to do a capture to kick off a new scene, you had to blink and clap at the same time and hold it, so that way the face recognition software would recognize your face to be able to animate it based on however you were acting. And you'd spend the whole time staring in the camera exactly as I am right now and never really looking away, because all of the looking away would be added in post-production in animation.
Nadiim? Nadiim, please get up. Please. Take me home.
3, 2, 1, action.
Ghila Casanova. I'm 10 years old and was brought to Angel City 8 weeks ago. I just received an arm from Hammond Robotics. It's actually amazing to be able to use a hand. For so long, I didn't have one. But this is... wow.
A wow moment for me in the process was after we had done the filming of the scenes, there was these videos of like my face and then Ghila's face, and it was like side by side, so you could see my acting, and then you could also see how that translated into the character, and it was like crazy. It was just so cool that can be done, and there's so many things that you could do. It was really cool to watch that and like see myself, but then also see the character, and it was amazing. Hi, I'm Lila Korkalo, and I played Ghila, or young Ghila Casanova. Young Ghila, I feel she's a little naive in the sense that like all of this like war and violence is going on, and she's still new to that, and I feel she's definitely like struggling with that like difficulty, but she's really I feel she's really kind, and she cares a lot about people, and she loves people like really deeply. These people are like really important to her, and she really likes to make those like deep connections with people. For me to transform into the character, it really wasn't super difficult. I really just thought about her experiences and what she was going through, and then use that to like, you know, transform into the character and get into that mindset of the struggles that she's been through. My version of Ghila really means a lot to me just because of the cool experience that I got to play her. Like, it was just such an interesting, different experience that I hadn't experienced before. Like the filming process and the final product, obviously, like I had never seen that with me, and it was just really cool that it was me playing the character, but it wasn't me, it was somebody else, and that was just really interesting to me. As young Ghila originally, she kind of seemed a little wiser, a little smarter than 9 or 10. She has these experiences that I don't think a 9 and 10-year-old could really process at that point, and she talks about them so in depth, and she understands what's going on, but it's also obviously still hard because she is still a child. She's still like young and still naive, but she has that, not 100%, but she has an understanding of the world and how it works. And I feel the things she's gone through, like her mother being killed and everything, it made her more grown up. Seeing a 9 or 10-year-old go through that, it's like they can't really understand really what's going on. So in the script, she does understand what's going on, but it's like obviously still really hard on her. When we decided she would be a little bit older, it was definitely easier just because I wouldn't have to act like a 10-year-old. It was easier to be myself in a way because a 10-year-old, they view the world differently. They see everything differently as a young child who doesn't really know much about everything. So as an older character, it is much easier because it's gone through more. Obviously, I haven't gone through what she's gone through, but I feel has like the same outlook, I guess. Like we're kind of in the same point in our lives, like 15, 16. So it was just a lot easier as opposed to like a 9-year-old. Having the notion that the IMC like is awful and they kill everybody definitely changed throughout the whole character's arc. I tried to use like the fact that like nothing is really as it seems. You have this expectation of something, and being there and doing that something is obviously gonna change that expectation. Nothing is really what you expect, and I think it's just cool because it shows her arc, how she changes so much because of how she what she experiences as a child and then growing up. Young Ghila obviously has gone through so much with her mother dying and Nadiim dying, and she's really like traumatized, and she is really struggling with events that has happened, recently, and she doesn't want to have that relationship because she feels like if she gets to know someone and she is friends, or she's gonna be more hurt. So she tries to guard herself and tries to protect herself from that pain of them dying or going away. But she's gifted an arm, a prosthetic arm, because she's missing an arm. She's never had an arm before. It's not really clear what really happened to her, but obviously it's gone. So she's given this arm, and it changed her life because it's something she's always struggled with. Obviously, it was almost like surreal for the character because she's seeing this like better life that's gonna be coming in the future. It kind of like helps her put the bad stuff behind her and really focus on what's to come. Ghila means a lot. She is really strong. She's been through a lot, you know, she's struggled, but she's also like overcame that as she's grown up. As like the person who's struggling, it was really cool to see that like the older character, how she's overcome those struggles and like been a bigger and better person because of that. The experience of not being in the space was completely different to me. Obviously, I had done voiceovers and stuff, but being like having to physically act, but then also by myself in my house, it was actually pretty, like, it was interesting. It was really cool that I had never experienced it before, and it's cool that I have experienced it now. It's just like watching the final product of the scenes. It's just like so cool how it goes from me sitting in my spare bedroom to this like beautiful world that I'm in as young Ghila. Some challenges I felt was definitely just not being in the environment. Definitely had to lean more into my imagination and my ability to really see what's going on without it actually being there. Obviously, it was easier when my dad was there, but there was some scenes where he was not there and I was with another actor. So it was just like something getting used to, I guess. I thought it was really cool, actually, working with the other actors on like Discord, because usually you do have those relations, but I was sort of watching her do the scene. It was really, I don't know, just cool, because it's something that like I had never experienced before. Obviously, I hadn't acted with someone through a screen, so it was just like a really new and interesting experience, and I didn't find too much difficulty. Obviously, it was easier when the person was in the room, but just being able to like see them and watch them, it wasn't too like difficult to really get into that place. I think meeting Chelsea, the other actor, I think since my character didn't really know her, we hadn't had like that connection and that relationship, I felt it was easier because I didn't know her at all, just because of that awkwardness. Not like awkwardness really, but you can tell when people know each other. You can, like, they have that relationship, they have that backstory. And obviously I didn't have this with the other actor, so it was interesting because like my character didn't have that with the other character either. So it was sort of easy to have that like awkward, like the meeting for the first time, you know. So it was really cool. Working with my dad it was an easy experience because I have acted with him before, and so we already kind of have that like ease. It's not like awkward or anything, obviously. So having someone in the room to relate to and to talk to is, I feel, a lot easier. Just because when you're on like a call, you don't have that like I don't know, not tension, but like you don't have that like thing to help you like relate to them because they are obviously not with you. And just even since we were sitting side by side, it wasn't like we were looking at each other. But since we had practiced the lines like face to face previously, it was really easy to think back on like what he was doing and sort of imagine that like sitting right in front of me. Seeing some of the render footage was wild. It was nothing like I had imagined, really. I don't even know what I imagined, but it was so beautiful. The one scene where Ghila and Nadiim are sitting on a log, I think, and you're looking out onto this like gorgeous setting. But obviously, it's not just gorgeous because there's so much going on. It's just like so interesting that obviously that's not a real place, but it really does feel real. It like the renderings feel like you're actually there and feels real, and that's just so cool to me.
Ghila, you can't go picking a fight you know you can't win.
But I didn't start it.
I know that. But you reacted to it. You have to be smart about these things.
I hate them.
Who do you hate, Ghila?
All of them. Everyone here.
I get it, kid. The universe can be unforgiving. But you can't let hate drive you. It'll take over more than you know. And then, what are you left with?
That's easy enough for you to say when nothing ever happens to you.
Look, Ghila, you can't let this war twist you up. Sometimes, no matter how hard it gets, you have to use all your strength to stay positive.
Guess that's why I have you there to keep me grounded, huh?
All right, so just look at the camera.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Action.
Hello, my name is Nadiim Manfield. I'm a part of the IMC infantry on the Foreign Relations and Response team. I joined up, let's just say many years ago. I said I would retire when the war was over, but as you can tell, that is taking a while. But as long as it's going, there are people on both sides that need our help. I guess, is that it? Is that all you need?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you. This was neat.
So, in the one big scene that I had with my daughter, my character was giving advice to her character, and yet I couldn't look her in the eye because she's next to me. But I think so that was a little bit difficult. But we had rehearsed it face to face a couple times, and so with her right next to me, you can almost feel the presence and pull from the rehearsal process and the voice in the room. And I think, it played. It worked. So my name is Chris Korkalo, and I play Nadiim Manfield. So I became a part of Titanfall because of Caleb, previous work with Caleb. We had done a pretty intense short film, probably, gosh, Caleb, I can't remember what it was, 3 or 4 years ago. And it was almost like a crazy one-day shoot. And we spent a ton of time into the wee hours of the night, and it turned out fantastic. And so Caleb, we worked together before, and he reached out to me and said, would you like to be a part of this? And of course I jumped at the opportunity. Nadiim is a veteran, a little bit older than me, a little bit grayer, a little bit wiser maybe. He is a very caring, fatherly figure. He has a couple daughters, 3 daughters of his own. That's sort of a little bit backstory. But he is a very loving person in general, and ends up befriending this little girl, and becomes like a father figure to her. Prior to recording, just ran through the scenes a couple times face to face, just like you would with sort of any film project with your scene partner. Talk about it a little bit, run the lines, make adjustments, a lot of times on film sets, you got a little bit of time with your scene partners to do that prior to shooting, off to the side a little bit. And so that's kind of the way I approached it. We both ran through it a few times, and we liked what we were doing. So then we throw it to Caleb, and he made during the actual recording, he made adjustments for both of us too as well. And anyway, I think it worked pretty well. Transforming into Nadiim was actually very, very easy for me. I'm a father of 2 daughters, and so the casting of this was just amazing. I have to give it up to Caleb for casting a father as a father figure. It was fantastic. And so it was almost myself, really. There was really not much acting involved. Loving, caring, smart. I mean, it's just little check boxes for me. So in the longer scene, Ghila is kind of rebelling and fighting back, and Nadiim has to push forward and guide her the right way. So that was typical. That was typical of a dad-daughter thing, or even a dad-son, I would assume. Like you've got your child refusing and struggling, and you as a dad need to, or a mother, I mean, same thing, right? A parent need to guide and do the right thing. And you've got somebody fighting back and pushing. And so just tapping into the typical parenty stuff made that all work, and tapping into my actual parenting skills, if I have any, which I do, of course I do. And, they're good skills, I promise. And so just tapping into that with Lila right here, and hearing her voice, it was actually pretty easy to go and guide her as Chris/Nadiim to Lila/Ghila. It was easy. So this is interesting. You've got this pre-established Titanfall world that I didn't know anything about, and then you've got a script that's written for that world. And so as an actor, you want to do all that justice and make sure you're doing the right thing. And that's where I leaned on Caleb. He's familiar with everything. I think, if I remember right, we tweaked my Nadiim a couple times before we settled on it. I think I gave him a couple different versions. That's just actor/director working together. Yeah, so I think the pre-production really was just working with Caleb and zeroing in on his vision for Nadiim. The setup that we ended up recording, because we were side by side, I had my laptop sort of in the center, and then we each had our phones in front of us. So we could talk to Caleb. Caleb would give us direction from the laptop, but then the actual recording was right on our phone. So that part, the recording was not in Discord, but we were using Discord, to run the scenes and talk to Caleb and have him give direction and everything like that. So, and then, we had each phone on a music stand set up that we could adjust to get the height and size, framing correct. And then I think I was bouncing a couple lights to make sure you guys could see everything well. And so that was and then, like I said before, blankets everywhere for sound deadening. And I think that was our setup. The biggest challenge I would see would be on the lighting and sound, because as an actor, you don't typically mess with that. So just getting the Discord up and running. Yeah, probably my biggest thing was Discord, because I haven't been on Discord before. What is all this? This is cool. So then sound and lighting during filming, which I do a ton of auditions from home, and so I got sound gear and some lights and everything. But just getting it to where two people, again, most of all the stuff I've done was for one person. So now it's like, oh, how do we do this with two people? Because we got two recording devices. So I think the biggest challenge was just sound and lighting for two people in the same room. I think it worked pretty well. So seeing Nadiim come together and seeing the renderings and and there's my voice, but this character. This and was really exciting because you have some test renderings early on, and so you kind of have a vision of like, okay, this is how it's going to go. But then to actually finally see it, I saw some preliminary work that you guys had done on the post processing, and really amazing. I love seeing the final product, or getting there. It wasn't finalized, I don't think, at the time, but really cool seeing the side by side with what we did performance wise, and then what the final products are going to look like.
So, how did you get Edith to fight with you like that? She obviously wanted me looking into the cockpit.
Many years of training, and many more of combat. Edith and I have been through it all. She lost her chassis protecting me on Demeter. Strider Titans were something else. Fast, modular, full manual control. But the IMC saw it more fit to get an upgraded chassis. I've added some personal touches to her though. Still love her just the same.
The neural link that I share with Solice has a yearly increase of 200%. When we are working together, our minds act in oneness within 0.044 nanoseconds of each other.
When your neural link with your Titan is strong enough, battle strategies take next to zero deliberation.
Hello, pilot. I am a Ronin Titan with the model number RN6411, but you can call me Edith. Since the day I was manufactured and issued, I have been linked to Solice Arethusa, a highly regarded fighter in the IMC. We are a formidable team, and our combat effectiveness increases each year. She is a noble warrior and an excellent pilot.
I definitely did not see myself ever voicing a gigantic robot. However, it was pretty amazing, with all the characters that I've played, in the horror films and the action and comedy. It just voicing someone so tall and so important in the production too. It was a cool feeling.
My name is Sheri Lee, and I play the voice of Edith.
It's pretty cool to play somebody so big because I am so small. I am 5'3", or 5'3.5" on a good day. So playing somebody so big and tall, or playing a character that's so big and tall, is pretty fantastic because it doesn't happen very often. It was really cool. It's just kind of finding the voice. I had just watched something, I can't remember the name of the film that I watched, but about artificial intelligence and everything. So it was kind of cool finding that monotone voice. And Ghila was fantastic at sending me little clips of what he was looking for. So the way that I prepared for it was, again, it was watching a lot of the clips that Caleb has sent me for ideas as far as sound went. And then I kind of just had this, I'm also a mom. So I kind of used like a mother, like caring tone. And of course, it's hard to be in a quiet space. So it was nice to just kind of go somewhere and just be in a quiet room and just focus, because that's the main thing, is focusing and getting your voice right. You can't, when you're voicing a robot, a big robot, you can't use this voice like I'm using right now. You can't just use like an everyday voice because it just wouldn't sound right or look right. Each line I recorded multiple times. I think between 3 and 5 times, and I try to do it different ways each time, and of course leave the space in between so there's time to edit in case he liked one and not the other. And obviously if he listened to them and he wanted me to change something else, I would send him even more. So I know that, or at least I'm hoping, he had a lot to work with as far as different emotion and different delivery of the dialogue. But yeah, to get myself into that, I guess maybe pulling from my horror side, it makes it a little bit easier for me, because I've had so many characters that
start sweet and then, just kind of go cold. I like those extreme characters where you're in one emotion and then all of a sudden you just drop it and you switch. It's fun and challenging and I like it. Fighting Edith's voice was more monotone. However, I did try to change it up a little bit when you're going through different stages because I think it creates more of, even though she's a machine, I think it creates more of an effect that it would affect the audience more too. I mean, and they have, there has been a relationship of 25 years and just to go through all of those motions and everything, I think she would have different ways of speaking, I guess, in different tones and everything. So it was kind of fun too to keep it monotone, but also add a little bit of emotion in there, if you will. It was fun. It was different than, other projects that I've done. I have been acting, I've done theater since kindergarten. And I have been doing film since 2012. So it's been a long time for sure. But I like them both. I just barely started doing more of voice acting. And it's fun because you put all that, we're our own worst critics, so there have been projects that I've been on and I'm like, oh, why did I make that face? Or, whatever. And what's really great about lending your voice to a character that your face isn't a part of is like, wow, you put the same emotion into it, but they can't see your stupid faces that you make. But I also do love being on camera and getting into a character and really showing that I can, dive deep into a character and really become them. And, they can see it with my eyes or body language or, everything. I do a lot of horror films. I do a lot of different films around the community, but mostly horror. I've played the bad person, but I've also played victims. I've been in some comedies, and normally it's, the cast, everybody's getting together, and we're all filming together and kind of, bouncing off of each other, the different, our dialogue and actions and everything. I recorded all my lines are separate from everybody. So all of mine, I didn't really see anybody face to face, which was different and very unique. Being separated from all the other characters and not having someone to feed off of in one hand is a little more difficult, but on the other hand, it was nice because you don't have to wait for anybody. If someone wasn't prepared and they didn't know their lines, and it was nice because I could just read or recite my lines and just kind of go from there. And if Caleb wanted me to change anything or tweak anything, he was very quick at telling me what he wanted it to sound more like. And we just kind of went along that route, and it was nice. But everybody's so active in our chat that it's very cool and uplifting to see all the different personalities. You can still see the personalities in the chat and everything, but I liked it because it was convenience. I had a date that I had to have everything recorded by, and everything was so organized and the instructions were very clear. So it was pretty cool. Easy to fit into the schedule. I think that this production specifically is proof that art doesn't need to stop, because it was very convenient for me to be just me in a room recording my lines, calling Caleb or emailing or texting or whatever it be, any direction that he had for me. If he wanted me to change anything, it was super simple. And to see him create that, in the clips that we have seen, to see him create that and have it come to life before our eyes, knowing that I wasn't even with any of these other actors, is incredible. And it really makes me look forward to seeing all of it.
6 months of training and you're still trying that move.
I like the EMP tech. It's got practical application.
Knowing your opponent will serve you better than tech. Speaking of tech, you abandon Manfield again. Never leave your Titan. It'll never leave you. If the Titan knows you're in danger by being in or around it, it'll get you to safety. Trust between you and Manfield is the key to being one with each other.
I know. Sorry about that, Manfield.
You cannot apologize to a simulation. We will do better and have you ready for the battlefield, Pilot Casanova.
Northstar Class Titan NS-9936, nicknamed Manfield by my acting pilot Ghila Casanova. Casanova and I were linked 22 weeks ago, and already we have a strong neural link thanks to her participation in the IMC Pilot Regeneration Program. Our combat effectiveness is currently 266% above its projected rate for this year.
I think the fans of Titanfall will have a positive reaction to New Frontiers. Even having never played the games before myself, I feel like the production quality and the overall story are such that, I'm going to say you can't go wrong, but when you have those two elements on at least a respectable scale, which this is, but I'd say it's, even a little bit better than that, especially as far as story is concerned. People really buy into it. I think that we've got a good product out there, and that's why fans will enjoy it. I'm Evan Clinton, and I play Manfield. Yeah, so Manfield, it's a little bit misleading because Manfield is not actually a person, but the name given to a robot. And without giving too much away, there's a good reason, kind of a poignant reason why the robot is named Manfield, but I'll let everyone find that out when they see the finished product. And yeah, it was definitely interesting trying to interject a little bit of emotion, but not too much, still keeping a robotic quality. And, Manfield, there are definitely some sympathetic moments, where the life or maybe sentience of a robot is brought out in the film. So I wanted to try to make sure to touch on those as well. I love how Manfield is just very matter of fact, cut to the point. It's like no point in apologizing to the simulation because the simulation can't really account for that. It can't react to that or forgive you, so to speak. So Manfield's just calling it like it is and making sure to be the pilot's number one cheerleader. Did I ever think I'd be playing a 30-foot robot, 30-foot tall? No, absolutely not. I mean, as far as my voice career has gone and all the possibilities I've considered over the years, it's just not one that came to mind. But, never should have ruled anything out. It was definitely a good experience because, like I was saying, to be able to touch on a human element of a robot, like I think there's some important parallels there. And for an actor to be able to display that kind of range and nuance, I think is important. So it was really cool to be able to help bring Manfield to life in that regard. The way I went about transforming into the character I was playing is I practiced, let's say, saying the lines a couple of times without even recording them and trying a few different intonations or lack thereof to, try to really qualify a robot or mechanical emotion and cadence and overall sound. So once I felt like I dialed into that enough, that's when I said, okay, I think I'm ready to start recording. And like I said, checked out the space and all. And yeah, just kind of dove in. And then thankfully, there's a lot of post-production assets and effects that can be thrown on to dial it up or down even more as far as making that robotic mechanical sound is concerned. The hardest thing about the role was actually, I think, made a little bit easier for me being a robot, because just recording in my closet without other actors to play off of or work with, without having their line cues and their emotion to set up my line, was a little bit of a curveball. But at the same time, having monotonous robotic quality gave me a little bit more leeway. And I did a few different takes of each line, I believe, so that gave Ghila a couple of options to choose from. If any of the slight variations in those lines matched up better with what the other actor was doing, then awesome to be able to have that in the toolbox to work with. So I don't want to say that I got an easy pass as far as that experience goes, but it did make things a little bit smoother. The way I was able to pivot certain moments in my head without having the immediate feedback to go off of, I would chalk that up to trying to get in the robot's head, so to speak. And I think I settled on the fact that the robot is going to be very matter of fact, almost either way, depending on the changes or, what's happening moment to moment. Having kind of a fundamental, rudimentary, reactant robot as far as, input is concerned, whether it be from the pilot or from the environment, being able to make those changes, it's essentially on a dime. So I feel like there's a lot of leeway where if I, as an actor, somehow missed something, whether it be subtext or some kind of, other cue that might have been in the script from the other actors or what have you, I think, like I said, I get a little bit of leeway because it's a robot and it may not be able to necessarily make some of those distinctions. What was it like working on fully digital production? Stress-free comes to mind. Smooth. It's very smooth. The methodology of the whole process, having all the actors being able to record in their own space, on their own schedule, more or less, and having that efficient and convenient element be put into this kind of production. And again, I'll be entirely animated and using super cool cutting edge technology. Like all of those three things put together, I think adds up to a high caliber as far as the project goes. Yeah, so when the production test came out, I was initially floored, if I recall correctly. Because even though I had a basic understanding of the process and how this was all going to come together when what you're presented with kind of exceeds or surpasses those expectations or that initial conception. It's jaw-dropping, and I was wowed and really excited to be able to do this all visually and across the distance as opposed to all localized, in the same studio. I think it could be a good thing, as far as the overall indie scene is concerned, and would hope that people see its effectiveness, its efficiency. If costs are able to be cut in some of these places that we've mentioned, hopefully it would maybe lead to it being allocated into other places that, just help the production and the production staff, cast, crew, etc., all the more. If this kind of opportunity comes your way, by all means, take it, do it. You're contributing to a really high production value, and it's always cool to be attached to that sort of thing. It's a cool line on the resume. It's cool footage to include in the demo reel. So, I just encourage anybody who into this kind of thing to, if the opportunity comes your way, take it. If not, seek it out, because it's fun, and I think is definitely rewarding as well.
Hello, what is your name?
My name is Behm, wife of Trav Lancaster. He and many others left a number of weeks ago to aid the militia. I begged him not to go, not until he at least could meet his firstborn child.
Behm, you see that ship far out there?
I do. Is it yours?
Yes. Yes, it is. On board is a safe apartment for you and your child. We can provide food, shelter, and comfort for you and this entire colony while the IMC collects resources for our harvester.
You brought harvesters?
We only brought one. It's a bit different than yours, but will be used for the same purpose.
The other pilot told us not to trust the IMC.
What other pilot, Behm?
The pilot that recruited the men. He was very charming.
Did he come with a Titan?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to be doing this.
It's all right. Don't worry.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I am Behm, wife of Trav Lancaster and soon-to-be mother of our firstborn. I've lived on Malkaya for, my whole life, really. This colony is somewhat new to me, but it's starting to feel like home.
I really appreciated her. I felt like there was a soft demeanor to her. She was purely good. She had no ill intent or ill wish towards anyone. She just had that feeling of hope, that I felt when I read the script, and how she was just like, this is what's going on. All the men had to leave, but we're gonna have a baby soon, and oh my goodness, you have harvesters. Anything else just didn't bother her. She was more excited about this ancient harvester that they brought. So it was sweet. She was very sweet. She's very tender, and I just liked that about her. My name is Asia Constant, and I play Behm Lancaster. Behm is, I don't know if I want to say naive. Maybe naive. She's in her own little farmer world and just seems like simple. It doesn't take much to make her happy. She doesn't need so many fancy things or whatever. And she's young, definitely young in age, but I think also at heart. And she's hopeful. I think she's very
positive. She tries to see the best, and she's excited to bring this new child into this world. And I think she's just like a very lighthearted person. Well, the first part, where she's very light and excited, about being pregnant, but still missing her husband. I tried to first put myself back in that younger mindset of being maybe early 20s and thinking about the excitement. I'm not a parent yet, but 15 nieces and nephews, so I understand the excitement of all of that. So I kind of tried to hone that in with her excitement. And then, when we filmed, it was mostly my facial reactions, but we ad-libbed a line in there that ended up being pretty powerful. And in that scene, she's devastated. Going from the lighthearted, super happy, sweet Behm to the utter devastation. Her whole world is just destroyed. It was difficult a little bit going from one to the other, but I liked the arc isn't the right word that I'm looking for, but I liked how it changed. How you saw both sides of her. To get yourself in that mindset, that's dark, actually. It took a little bit to get myself, because I'm, as you can see, a very happy-go-lucky person. So trying to get myself into okay, no, you're genuinely sad. You don't know what's gonna happen. It was different, but I kind of did more internal research than looking online. I tried to, and I asked Caleb a lot. If I wasn't sure about something, I would ask, even pronouncing Malkaya. He sent me a recording of him saying it in 5 different ways, and I was okay, Malkaya. So if I wasn't sure, I would just reach out to Caleb, and he would help kind of fill in the gaps for me. I've done a lot of stage theater. So, you're that character for 3 hours straight. So you're going to go through the full emotions and everything when you're on stage. So switching back and forth is, I don't know if I want to say easy, but it's easier. So I was already a little bit used to being able to go from one emotion to the other, but her story in particular was so powerful to me that it actually was kind of gut-wrenching to go from hi, I'm Behm, I'm super happy, I'm gonna have a baby, to oh my god, you failed me, you lied to me. So it was kind of heavy. I had to shut down for 2 minutes and be okay, you're not happy anymore, you're actually the complete opposite, and get myself in that mindset. But it was actually really cool to go through both emotions and both feelings in one session and not have the time in between to just be okay, yeah, and then the next day you're all right, what was I yesterday? Oh yeah, I was super happy, and you're trying to react go opposite. So having it all in one session gave me the opportunity to experience it and feel it all at once, pretty much. The coolest thing about the whole production for me was getting to be the voice of Behm and the reactions and the expressions for Behm. So I know Caleb was doing a lot of the motion capture himself, doing scenes and stuff, which I would love to see behind the scenes, just so you know, Caleb. And Caleb's wife was the body double for Behm because Caleb's wife was pregnant and Behm was pregnant. So it really worked out. So, having her body with my voice and facial expressions and knowing that Caleb is performing these fight scenes by himself, it was just it's so amazing how it takes all these different little pieces. It's not just me sitting here in front of the camera doing it, but we needed a whole group of people to even just do that one character. So that piece of the production is mind-blowing to me. It's fascinating. When I told people about it and talked about the experience, or just been oh yeah, I did voiceover work for something that's coming out, and they're oh my god, really? when'd you do that? And I'm like, oh, it's all through video. They're taking, our facial reactions and features, and they're putting it to animation. People's minds are like blown. And how do you do that? Like, do you guys all get together? And I explained to them how we did it through video, and it's just like they couldn't really comprehend it. Like, how can you put together something if everybody is in different places and you're not all together? I'm like, well, if you have a great cast, you've got a great director, you've got a great production team, it's possible. So I think Caleb matched Cindy and I well. Even though Behm is, a smaller character, I think her purpose in it is bigger than, how much she shows up in the actual show. And that's good, I feel like, that's a powerful character right there. That's going to stand out in your mind. So I think Caleb paired us well. So being however many miles, because I'm directionally, geographically challenged, I couldn't tell you how far away Wisconsin is, but because he paired us well and we clicked, it didn't seem like we were so far away from each other. So the scene was, she was seeing like a ghost of me, I think. Like I didn't really acknowledge her, and she could see my face looking at the devastation around her, everything that was destroyed. And we decided to add in "You Promised," because in episode 2, I asked her, like, she's saying, oh, there's all these wonderful things that we can do for you. And I said, do you promise? And she, says, yes, of course. And then when she sees me again, and I'm just like horrified, and I look at her and just say, you promised. I felt like it was such a powerful thing. And I remember Caleb's and Cindy's reaction to it, and just being like, oh, wow. You could feel it, like the energy. And I think going to that, like that dark-ish place for Behm was the most gratifying for me. So I think that was my favorite, because there was depth. You could see the deeper side of Behm, not just the happy-go-lucky little girl. Once I realized the scale of Titanfall, and how far back it went and how many followers it had, which I really didn't know. Like I just thought it was a video game from, however long ago, and it was what it was. And then as I've seen more and more comments like on the videos and such, I'm like, oh my God, there's like a huge fan base. Like there's a huge fan base for a game that, ended 10 years ago. Like to see everybody like commenting, oh my God, there's a new one. This is so exciting. I can't wait. Give me more. Like, I was like, oh my God. There's something really, I already knew it was cool, but then seeing, however many thousand views we're at now was crazy for me, because I haven't experienced anything like that. In an audience, there's like 200 people maybe, and all of them. And with this, like, I don't know who like any of those people are, and they're all over the moon excited, knowing that it's a fan-made project, and quality of it already is like so good that you would actually think that this is a new project being put on by the original company. Like people's reactions just in the comments have been mind-blowing for me, because I didn't realize how big of a following it had. So to be a part of that is like really cool. I get to tell people, or even like my brothers, I mentioned the word, oh yeah, I'm in, have you ever heard of Titanfall? And they're like, yes. Like, okay, well, I'm doing a voiceover for that, for a fan-based one. And they're like, oh my God, that's so cool. Oh yeah, and I've mentioned character names, and they're like, I know who that is. Okay. So it's really made me appreciate it even more. Like I already knew it was special, but to see the reactions from people from a teaser trailer
I think it's going to explode. I think people are going to want more.
Time's web unravels. Friendship fractures. Echoes haunt. A Trojan both then and now. Cloaked threat descends near.
That was really cool, finding out about Evan being in the project. It definitely gave me perspective of how much traction this project has gotten. And at the time of working on it, for just doing the voiceover, you know, this was just a bunch of people who are passionate about Titanfall getting together and making something that they love. Hearing about Evan joining the project gave me the realization of like, oh, this is much bigger than I initially thought it was. This is getting a lot more attention and traction than I thought it would before it's even come out. And I feel like him joining the project will just bring in even more people to the initial release of this. Yeah, I feel like it's going to cause this to explode.
First of all, for the people who are seeing this and have sat through, appreciate it greatly. Secondly, make sure that you go and subscribe to Plot Coalition on YouTube. It's at Plot Coalition. Do that as soon as you hear my voice, or Viper will get you. Hello, everyone. My name is Evan BOYMEL, and I am I guess we would say the narrator for the wonderful project that is Titanfall New Frontiers. So, the original role that I played in Titanfall 2 was Viper, and I got an audition notification from my manager and my agent, and up until that point in LA, I had gotten mostly auditions to play villain characters, to play real scummy, evil, despicable, no good, drug-dealing, murdering characters, which, you know, hey, fun. So one day, I had been getting out on a few more voiceover auditions and some other mocap auditions as well for some other titles that I hadn't gotten yet. But I get this audition notification for a casting director. Their office is called Kalmanson & Kalmanson. And it was like, hey, they want you to read for this video game. I'm like, great. Didn't know anything about it. But what I did know was that it was being produced by Electronic Arts and Respawn. And so I had known Respawn from, obviously, Titanfall, like most people had. I was like, oh, maybe this is for that. Maybe this is a sequel. Cool. So I go and I do the audition. And like most auditions, when you're doing it, you go in, and at least this is how it is for me. You go in, you prep, you do the audition, you literally forget about it. You don't hang hopes on it. You don't hang your career on it. And it looked on paper like it was going to be a fun role to play if I got it. And did the audition, forgot about it. And not too long later, my manager, I think it was my manager, Joseph Ruggieri, emailed me and said, hey, you remember that game that you auditioned for a while back? You got it. All right, cool. What's the deal? So well, you're going to go record at Warner Brothers. Like, great, always a good sign. Warner Brothers, very, very expensive toys to play with on Warner Brothers lot. And I go in, and I'd had some communication back and forth just very briefly with, oh God, I don't remember who it was off the top of my head, but it was the main Respawn team, and then, you know, the audio engineer who's in charge of audio direction, et cetera, and get in there, and they were incredibly cool, and they were really laid back. They basically explained to me, we foresee this character as being this business-like, very no-nonsense character who is simply there because he's getting paid to do a job. He's very good at his job. He wants to do that and leave. He has no emotion attached to what he's doing. He has no feelings about the opposition. It's literally just something he does. I think, if memory serves me, we were in the booth that time for about, I want to say 6 or 8 hours with a break in there. It was a lot of fun. You know, it was a lot of how menacing yet approachable can you be. We do the reads. We had some fun with it as well at the end. We went back and re-recorded some stuff. Apparently some of that stuff after the fact got leaked online because they were the unused audio. Some people may have heard those by now. But it was just a great experience. after that, the game comes out. I think we've all heard the story of the game's release by now. Timing. And the funny thing is that I remember getting a chance to play it. I remember reading all these reviews of the game and seeing all these review videos online. A lot of them from like the big ones that people probably know, IGN, GamerRanks, things of that nature. I remember them all saying that the only problem that they had with the game was that they thought it might be too short, that the campaign might be too short and too quick, but that everything else about the game was as good as you could basically get. And I remember getting 9s out of 10s across the board and thinking to myself like, wow, I guess I got to be a part of something really awesome after all, because you know, like any project that you do, you never know, obviously, and you hope for the best and you want it to succeed. For me, I wanted to succeed, obviously, for personal reasons, for personal career reasons, but also because it's nice to know that you've done something that is going to be appreciated across the board by a large audience, and that the team worked well together, and that people got along, et cetera, et cetera. And it was just like, cool, this seems really great. And then got married and got pregnant with my now 6, almost 7-year-old daughter, and kind of had to put all gaming to the side and never really got a chance to revisit it until just recently. So why did I want to be a part of the series? From everything that Caleb showed me and from everything that we talked about, it just seemed like it was going to do everything that it could to be as close to and give, respect to the lore that has already been established, while taking that and then expanding upon it further out and giving people a better insight into, the world and into what's happening and into why this and why is this, battle still raging and who is going to come out on top. A project like this, obviously, for people who are watching this and who don't know, it's done not for monetary compensation, because you can't monetarily compensate off of somebody else's copywritten work. So to me, to show that amount of dedication about a project like this is that you're getting a group of people who know that they're doing it because they love this world, they love these characters, and they want to see what happens now. And I've always had an appreciation for stuff like that. Projects like these on a bigger scale, in my opinion, on a more in-depth scale, really kind of ask and try to answer that question. What is going to happen next? What is happening in this world now? And where do we go from here? I always really, really love that kind of thing. What was it like doing the narration? And ironically enough, I actually kind of enjoy that. One of my idols growing up was a guy by the name of Don LaFontaine. And Don LaFontaine, for those watching this who don't know, first of all, look him up. He is a voiceover god. And he is the gentleman who, when movie trailers less and less now are having voiceover, it's more just, the actors talking in a scene and then cutscenes, blah, blah, blah. But throughout the 80s and 90s and into the early 2000s, there was one guy that you went to if you wanted an epic movie or TV trailer voice, and that was Don LaFontaine. And he's the one who coined the phrase, in a world. And it didn't matter what the world was, in a world where mayonnaise is the ultimate evil. It's like, I have no idea what this is about, but I want to watch it now because Don LaFontaine told me mayonnaise were evil. So I always wanted to do that kind of thing, and I'd done some things like that in the past. For projects that I had worked on, projects that I had pitched to networks and to production houses out in LA when I lived there. And so it was actually really kind of fun to just jump in, and, Caleb's direction was very simple, very straightforward. It was very much like, we're going for this feel, can we try it this way? And for me personally, as an actor, and I consider myself an actor first probably, then a voice actor second, it's nice to have, for me at least, the direction about where the person or the people in charge want to see the project go and how they want to utilize you for that. So we sat down and we recorded probably for an hour, maybe 2, and did a bunch of different reads, tried it a bunch of different ways. Then, one of the things that I appreciate also is that, and this happened to a large degree with Respawn when I was originally doing the voice for Viper in Titanfall 2. After you get what you think you need, it's all right, let's have some fun with it, do a little riffing, do a little this, try it faster, try it, whatever you want to do. And so we got to do that as well. And I enjoyed it. Its narration, I think, is every bit on par with voice acting from a character standpoint. It's just kind of a little bit more overarching rather than minutia, if that makes sense. So Caleb was stalking me outside of my window, and no, that's not what happened. One day I decide, like most people, that I'm just gonna jump on Reddit, why not, and see what's going on, because I wanted to start doing my own content. I wanted to start doing some of my own things, not only based off of the character, but also just, I've been a gamer my entire life. My first memory of gaming is literally Pong. Hooray for the 70s. And so I wanted to kind of get back into it and didn't really know how to start. So I go on Reddit, and on a whim, I searched for Titanfall. And of course, the Titanfall subreddit comes up with about 330,000 active users, which I thought was really cool. And I posted something on the Titanfall subreddit and got a lot of responses really quickly, and a bunch of people not believing that I was actually the person who voiced the character. So I made a little 30-second-ish YouTube clip and posted it to the subreddit. And one of the people who found that, and then we started talking on the subreddit, was Caleb, and he told me about the project that, had been in the works for a couple of years, and it was rounding the corner and heading for home, so to speak. And it would be amazing if I would want to be involved. And I said, what do you need? It would be my pleasure. All the other characters, obviously, previously cast and obviously previously recorded. So he said it would be great if we could use your voice for the narrator. And I said, that would be fantastic. So as of right now, I believe that I am the narrator for pretty much everything. But yeah, we started talking, and it's obvious that Caleb is a huge fan of the game and of the series, and I would expect exactly the same from Eric. And the entire cast and crew, it looks like, are just really gung-ho about this. And I know at least from the last update that the teaser has 40 plus thousand views, something like that, which is amazing. It looks really great. Seeing some of the fully rendered footage, and actually I think I had it pulled up at one point. I mean, you look at this and it's really just, you get the feel of the game, and you get the feel graphically, if not, if I'm being completely honest, and I'll try to be completely honest, if you go back and if you play Titanfall 2 now, the game itself, in my opinion, is still beautiful. The world is still beautiful. When you get up close to some of the characters, there's some of that end of last gen look and feel. And that's par for the course. That's what happens. Anyone looking at it would, in my opinion at least, would prefer the graphical jump to now versus what there, there's more life, there's more realism, there's more feeling. And to be able to get that into a project like this, and to be able to then look back at what was coming out in 2016 and say, wow, like they had, this is Electronic Arts, this is Respawn, they have infinite money at their disposal basically, and shoot on down the road just a little bit, and with the stuff that you guys have at home, you're able to make it look even better and even more immersive. That is a kudos, in my opinion, to y'all, and also to just utilizing the technology to its utmost. Imagine what you, with your knowledge and your technical know-how and your expertise, could use something like that technology to do when it becomes more readily available. And that, I think, is what makes, this type of thing so incredible.
As far as production itself goes, We started, everybody kind of had their schedule out. Like, these are the dates you're recording. And then it was just a matter of like, you know, kind of monitoring that with other stages and aspects of production. So while those days were counting down into like our first recording day, I was starting to work on Unreal Engine sets, you know, finishing whatever other casting we had for just smaller roles. All that was working into, you know, our first day's recording. Recording wise, as far as like how long it took to record the whole thing, it was only about like 5.5 weeks. We had scheduled like, I think 8 weeks, and we came in like super under budget for that, which was super cool and super exciting. But then on top of that, now we're far later in production, and there are little things that I'm seeing in the edit where I'm like, like, you know, this piece of dialogue maybe doesn't work as well. Usually it's a scripting issue, or like, you know, like the animation isn't lining up quite right, but it's really easily fixed with a new line of dialogue. So I just have the actors, you know, re-record something really quick on their phone and send it back to me, and I drop it into the edit, and like, you know, it's working. We're cruising, we're sailing. Even though we were recorded a year ago, we're still able to move forward on production, and that's super cool. So in approaching production, you know, I tried to treat things as individually as possible, because I knew very early on that if I made this something where it's like, I'm going to work on episode 1, and when episode 1 is done, I'm going to move on to episode 2. And I've just seen enough, you know, internet projects in the past where it's like, that's the case. And you get episode 1 and it's a banger. And you get episode 2 like 9 months later and it's a banger as well. And then like 2 years go past and it's like, where's episode 3? And then another year goes past and it's like, episode 3 is finally out. And then it never actually completes. And that's usually the case of people getting a little too ambitious and ahead of themselves. And that's something that I tend to do. So I knew I needed to put like a stop of like, all this needs to get done at the same time, which means each stage of production needs to be approached as a singular thing, right? So when it came to recording with the actors, like, that was the only stage that I lived in until all of the recording was done. I did a little bit of set building in Unreal Engine just in downtime when I had it, but generally speaking, like, that was the main focus. And then, you know, after that got done, there was a little bit of time on the back end. So there was time to focus on finalizing building sets in Unreal and setting up the characters to be used across the project. So it was taking each of those elements and really focusing in on them. So when that came to recording with the actors, you know, it was making sure that I was well prepared for every single scene that we were doing. So we weren't just jumping in and I was like, what are we doing today? Like, let me double check. Yeah, it's like, instead, you know, it was going in with a very concise plan to be like, hey, like, this is what we're doing today. Like, I fully understand and like know every nuance of the scene that I want to capture here, and being able to give that to the characters. So it was really breaking it down from like, we have this whole project, right? And then it's like, here's the section we're working on right now. And then, you know, then it's even more separated to, all right, this is, you know, the session that we're doing today, and then this is the scene that we're doing in this moment. So that I could really focus in and make sure that we were getting really strong performances, but also like being really attentive and giving the scene, you know, the love that it deserved. Because, you know, if it was always trying to look at it holistically, then it's like, you know, you come out with something that's really bland. But when you really take the time to focus on, all right, this is what we're doing right now, and that's my only focus, like, that goes so much further to making a good end product. And that was the mentality for the entire production. You know, when we wrapped up with the actors, you know, it was then focusing on the Unreal Engine sets and being like, all right, you know, this set, what needs to be important here, like, you know, what details can we inject to really make this stand out, and not look like we're just repeating over and over again. And then it was the same thing with the motion capture. You know, that was all, very detail oriented. Like, the actors gave us these fantastic performances, so we need to be able to both honor that and then also push it in an even better direction by giving it the same attention to detail. And that's 92 scenes is a lot to capture in 6 weeks of motion capture, where you have to do every single character. But when you just focus it in on, hey, we're doing this scene and it needs to play out this specific way, like nothing else matters as long as you make sure you're capturing that. And the same thing was treated in animation, cinematography, and now that we're moving into the edit, it's that same mentality to make sure that there's a consistency across the project, where you don't feel like, episode 1 had a strong story, but the production quality was really lacking there in comparison to episode 3. We want it to be as consistent as possible across all of them. So it was just really about approaching all that in ways that would really bring each scene to life by focusing only on a small aspect of production and really being in that moment, as opposed to trying to worry about all of their 91 scenes that we had to work on. So New Frontiers is so much different than other productions that I've worked on, and in some ways it's so much better, and in other ways it has its limitations. But I think what it really comes down to is this project finally allowed me to take all these connections and all the networking that I've done over the years and have it pay off in a big way, where everybody can come into this and contribute to it without it taking up too much of their time, and really making something special. Because one of the things that I always found difficult on real world sets was I always felt like I was wasting people's time. And I know that a lot of people show up to set and they know what they're getting themselves into. They know what a production timeline looks like. But there is always that a little bit of guilt, and I found different ways to get people and keep people engaged on set as the director, and doing what I can to make it a good time for everybody. But I felt with this, I felt like I could be much more attentive to people and really give them the time that they needed and work through the parts of production where they were attributing to. And I felt that was just not only a huge relief to me, but also to the people that I was working with. And the fact that the technology now exists to where you can do something where it's you're not limited by what's around you. There are so many times where in old films that I would do, I'd look at the scene or the footage that we got and I'd be could I enhance this with visual effects? Would that just make it look goofy? How far do you push it? Because I feel really limited to what we captured. Whereas with this, it's bro, you can make a space opera. That's pretty cool. So the fact that it just opens up so many more possibilities. And one of the things that I've said from the beginning, even when doing the concept trailer, it's I want to treat this like a movie where half of the CG and visual effects are already done. You don't need to put a giant robot in your scene and have your characters act on a green screen. Your characters are in giant robots, and that is what you're filming. So just having those options and being able to work through production like that made it so much more special and gave us the opportunity to create something that wasn't possible before. And I think that's what's most exciting about New Frontiers and what makes it so much different than other productions that I've worked on in the past. So the technology that we used to make this happen was an array of different things, because it was entirely virtual. There had to be technology stepping in to aid the production in some way, shape, or form throughout the entire thing. A lot was sourced from the actual game as far as the models go, but then, to build something like the environments out, we're using stuff Quixel Megascans. Kitbash 3D is a great resource for just building out these large scale environments with buildings and whatnot. Different objects you can scatter around. A lot of things came from the Unreal Engine marketplace. Like, all those went into building the sets, but then there are things as far as, you know, the face capture, right? So, you know, the actors all use their smartphones to get the recordings, to get both their audio and a visual of their face. And then that is processed through a software called Faceware Studio, which can essentially take different points on the face and translate it to a metahuman character. But then, you know, there's the obvious. If it's recorded on a whole bunch of different phones, all the audio is going to sound different. So for this project, we utilized Adobe Speech Enhancement, which is more recently developed AI software that can take, you know, the audio and make it sound more like it was recorded in a studio. And in addition to that, we also ran the audio through another software that does a similar thing called Descript. I just like the way that the Descript audio sounds a little bit better. It just gives a more richer tone, but the Adobe Speech Enhancement does a really good job of cleaning up noise and making things sound fairly natural, and then Descript does a good job of making it sound studio quality. So running it through both of those just brought everybody's audio to the same playing field, where, you know, if you were on a smartphone in your closet with traffic behind you, or if you were on your smartphone in a studio in a recording booth, like, we could make those sound nearly identical, which was, you know, huge to making the whole show feel more consistent, even though it's people all over the world recording in different environments with different tools. So after that, it was a question of, we have the motion capture of the face, how do we do the motion capture of the body? For that, we used a Rokoko Smart Suit Pro 2, which is, you know, a really affordable option for, you know, recording motion capture of the body and hands. And that was one of those tools that I'd used, you know, in the past. I'd used it for the concept trailer that had come out, but this was a much larger scale, and I don't know how true this is, but I think this might be at the largest scale that a single Rokoko Smart Suit was used. And you know, that was like, you know, a whole other part of the process as far as coming up with a pipeline to make all that work, making sure that all the scenes and the characters got recorded properly, and working through you know, that whole pipeline and any technical issues that came up during that. You know, that was a 6-week process of, you know, using that technology and, you know, working with technology. Problems happen, but, you know, Rokoko was always super on it. One of the things I love about working with their technical support team is that they treat your problems as if they were their own. So they work through it with you and really get things back into a state where you can continue, you know, making your stuff happen. And then out of that, you know, is a lot of working directly in Unreal Engine to get everything up to a point where it could be rendered, right? And so everything that we had developed for the project was taking place natively in Unreal outside of Faceware Studio. So everything else we're doing directly in Unreal to get to a point where we can render it out and start treating it like a traditional movie pipeline. But in addition to, you know, the whole process, one of the things that we're also able to do is work in a timeline that's in 720p, which some people might hear that and go, ew, gross, why are you working in 720p? Well, that's because when you're working with, you know, this much rendered footage, almost, you know, like probably 3 terabytes of rendered footage, more or less, when you have that much data and you're pushing it through, even though we have shots that are done in 4K, it's a lot easier to work with them in edit and in VFX on a 720p timeline. And then we can take, you know, a bunch of different scenes. So there might be heavy scenes that we had to render in 720p. There are really, you know, nice detailed scenes which we could render in 4K, but then we can put them all on a 720p timeline, treat them all the same, And then we're actually able to run those through another AI software called Topaz Labs Video Enhance, which is a really great company that's been around for many years now. And they, specifically develop tools for photo and video to take what you've already done and enhance it. So if it might be something where you have a shot where your eye is out of focus, or you have a compressed video that you need to make look like its original quality, you can do that with this software. And one of the other things that the software is really good at doing is taking a computer generated image, like what we're rendering out of Unreal, and upscaling that to 4K without just blowing it up and then having a really blotchy image. It actually recovers a lot of the detail and rebuilds it from the ground up. So with that, we can work on the whole thing a lot faster in 720p, and then upscale it to a true 4K image, which works a lot better for color grading and getting in the final touches on to present it as a final image. So Unreal Engine is a game engine that actually came out way back in the 90s, and it's been used to make games throughout the years, and it really wasn't seen for much more than that. And then in around 2014-ish, it started to get into the space of cinematics, but it was strictly for games cinematics and how they were trying to innovate in that space. But at that point, it was still primarily used for making games. Then in about 2019, 2020, Unreal Engine 5 was announced, and it started to become this big deal because it was suddenly able to do something that no other software could, and that was render realistic lighting in real time without having to sacrifice quality. So that means if you built out your sets and stuff, super strategically, you could film something and have adaptive and reactive lighting that would update in real time. So you could be filming something in the real world and have this virtual set behind you that effectively acted as a replacement for green screen, which usually in a green screen process, you film on a screen, you key out the green, and then you put in your background all after the fact. And then it's a matter of trying to get both your background and what you shot to match up. Whereas with Unreal Engine 5 and their implementation of it for virtual production in The Mandalorian, all of a sudden it was, you could film a scene with a giant LED wall and your characters could actually see what was behind them. They could react to that. You could change lighting in your Unreal Engine scene and it would affect how it looked on the characters. And it made it all really seamless. And then it started to become a lot more mainstream of, okay, how can indie filmmakers and solo developers utilize this technology to advance their own projects? And in the case of what we're doing, it's using it a lot like a traditional animation software, but in a way that is far more readable for those of us who have been used to traditional filmmaking throughout the years. So as opposed to, kind of having these gray, primitive shapes that you can tweak and render out an image and that looks nice. Instead, you can have your scene playing back in real time and be able to make creative choices on the fly by moving lights, moving your cameras. Your characters are all, fully animated. That makes a huge difference as to how you can approach filmmaking within Unreal Engine. For the color grading and a lot of the visual effects stuff, we're using a lot of tools from Red Giant and Maxon. So in the VFX workflow, that looks like, taking bunch of elements, whether they're from Triune Digital or ActionVFX, and really melding them into the image using tools like Super Comp or Real Lens Flare, stuff like that. But then when it comes to the color grading portion of it, one of the things that really takes these rendered images into looking like real footage is Magic Bullet Looks, which is, a tool developed by Red Giant that allows you to do a lot of natural things that happen in a lens and on a real image and make it appear as though that's what the scene was shot on. So you can take something that is fully rendered, fully digital, and recreate a lot of those imperfections and just nice color palettes that really make the image pop and stand out. You know, a lot of the times when I upload something to YouTube, people see it and they're like, wow, this looks so realistic, but like, you know, really coming out of Unreal Engine, it's not totally flat, but like it's almost too clinical. So like, you know, everything's almost too perfect. So being able to dirty it up a little bit really brings it, you know, to that next level of looking like it was captured, you know, on a real camera. Generally speaking, there are always like minor things that change, you know, throughout production, but that's just the nature of any production. There was a point for a while where we wanted to use Stable Diffusion to essentially change the art style of the whole project, and the main driving purpose behind that was the MetaHuman animator had come out probably about 6 months after we finished recording with the actors. It was probably like 5 or 6 months, and like that kind of changed the game, because all of a sudden it was like you could get really professional facial capture on a phone, and that just wasn't available to us when we recorded. But through Stable Diffusion and the technologies there was the possibility of actually being able to train the AI to use the motion capture style of those facial expressions from MetaHuman Animator and put it on our current characters so that it would just elevate the performance overall, and then that would also take place with an art style change just to kind of mask anything that might look a little weird. And you know, that was something that I was heavily pursuing for quite a while, but as I looked into it more, you know, it was one of those things where the technology just wasn't quite there with it. It was almost too experimental to bring onto the scale that this project is. So ultimately, you know, I decided to take a step back, kind of analyze like both what do the fans want out of this project, but also like, you know, what's feasible. So there is some use of Stable Diffusion to help enhance certain shots, but generally speaking, you know, that was one whole aspect of production where it was like, you know, this is a cool new technology, and this whole project is about using this cool new technologies. How can it help us move forward? And, you know, that was one of those instances where, you know, it was a few months of testing and really getting to a point where that could be a part of production, and then ultimately was not. I think it's important in any production to be willing to explore, you know, those things, explore new technologies, new techniques, but also recognizing, are they what's right for what you're doing? And in this instance, it wasn't. And, you know, once again, like, in order to make the story the best it can be, you know, that was one of those things that, you know, we had to step back on. So keep an open mind, try new things. So one thing early on that me and Luke discussed when we were writing was essentially like, we didn't want to write the main planet, Malkaya, to be like the one biome planet that you often see in sci-fi, where it's like, oh, we're going to the frozen planet, or we're going to the sandy planet. And it's like, really, this is just like, you know, a 100-mile block that like this planet could be, but like that's all the planet is in these sci-fi stories. So here we really wanted to make the biomes more believable, but then also not like be too extreme. You know, we're not going on a Lord of the Rings level journey where it's like, you know, oh, now we're in the mountains of the snow, and, you know, now we're in the lava area. Like, you know, it wasn't to that extreme, but we wanted it to feel like, you know, you were actually crossing distances and going to new locations. So that was really about treating things as if they were a part of the real world. Like, you know, here's generally this distance that these characters are crossing. How much would the environment change, you know, in that time, and what kind of different environments do we want to present and show the audience with that? And sometimes that was as simple as changing something like the color of the leaves on certain trees, But it was all about, just focusing on like what would make this set or this environment feel more special, feel more real. There's a huge emphasis on the story where, Malkaya is this planet that is very bountiful. Like, it's easy to grow stuff there. Resources are abundant. That naturally means that there's going to be a lot of foliage. Things are generally going to look, really beautiful as we move even into like a lot of the rocky landscapes. There's still quite a bit of foliage in those areas. A lot of the foliage tends to be very large. So, focusing on details like that, but then also trying to keep in mind, like, because this is a virtual production, there's a certain point where we could go like full-blown Avatar and just make it look super alien and out there. But then there's another aspect where it's like, because this is a virtual production, we also want to be able to ground it in reality as much as we can. So like, how much can places be based on real locations and kind of reflect the real world as if we actually went there and filmed it. So that was something that we were super cognizant of. But at the root of it, the main thing that we had to focus on was, how does the location serve the script? And one of the neat things in Unreal Engine is you can write the script and have an idea of what the location is in your head and maybe sketch out, kind of a blueprint of what that might look like. But then you can actually build that in Unreal Engine. So there's different scenes that, the characters might be moving in a specific direction, or they're interacting with the environment in a specific way, where instead of trying to find a location that was specifically close enough to it, you could actually tailor a location to that. In episode 1, there's, this whole scene where it's a battle scene through this facility, and it was essentially coming up with the choreography of, how is this scene going to progress forward, and then essentially building the set around the progression of the scene. And then there were other scenes where it was, like the script would depict like a certain area, and it was a matter of, okay, now let's create an environment that is exactly as what it says in the script. And now when we're doing motion capture, we can tape down and be like, where are distances, like how much can we break out of like a certain environment. There's a scene in episode 5 where, there's this nice like lake backdrop, but then there's also this trench that drops into a old canyon that was probably also filled with water at one time. But the two Titans have a skirmish in that, and that was one of those things where, because the set was already built when we were doing motion capture, we could pull up the set and be like, all right, the trench is like about this wide, so like we can tape off these areas, and then we have to like act within those boundaries so that it lines up better and things move in the environment essentially. So all that really contributed. Once again, like, it was all about making the story better. Like, how can we inject more of the story in the environments, and how can the environments also, elevate everything else that's being put into the project. So lighting, when building the sets and stuff, there was a certain aspect where I was like, I'm gonna throw in like, really basic stuff in here to like be able to actually see things and illuminate it. But I didn't focus a lot on trying to make it perfect or anything, because I knew I wanted outside sources to come in and inject their creativity. So with that came Cassandra Umsong, who came in and looked at the sets and was essentially like, hey, like, this is how I want to approach this environment and light it in this specific way.
Sure. My name is Cassandra Umsong, and I played the quote-unquote lighting director, if you will. I did a lot of, work with Caleb on doing Unreal Engine lighting for like the environments and kind of just touching up the scenes. So a fun story from production was there was one session where Caleb and I think it had to have been our first session, because we were trying to explore color palettes and just understanding how we were going to approach lighting it overall. Because our first session, he ended up showing me a lot of how Unreal worked, which was so helpful, because I tried learning on my own and it went okay, but it went significantly better with like a one-to-one tutorial and understanding like, oh, so you just rotate it on this axis and then you can brighten it up or, open the shutter or whatever it is, and it brightens the whole room. And you're like, okay. But something that happened was that we actually ended up going off on like a 20-minute tangent of going on an Instagram page where we were just like admiring how certain games are lit and how it was more than games. I think it was just like seeing how color palettes added to specific environments. So it was amazing to just like get back into that like giddy excitement for a project, let alone something as big and well produced as Titanfall. Something that I loved about working in Unreal Engine versus working in real life lighting is that you have so much more freedom and you save so much time in Unreal. Because when you are trying to light an environment in real life for a specific scene, that can take you like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, depending on if your fixtures are working with you, if a certain C-clamp is deciding to get jammed or not jammed, or if you want your light to be like X amount taller, X amount shorter, you have to check the shot each individual time, right? Like as you're recording. Whereas in Unreal, it's like, oh, if it's not working right then and there, it's in real time. So you're able to adjust on the fly like that. Whereas in real life, it takes so much more time to just readjust like the slightest little bit. And I feel like when I was doing real life lighting, like live production, there were times where I would just get frustrated enough and be like, forget this. Like, this is good enough, right? Like, I'm not going to take the time to sit in here play with this anymore because, after staring at lights for 8 hours, 10 hours at a time, my eyeballs hurt. Or even like on the lighter days, it was like 4 hours. I'm just like, you're not directly staring into the light, of course, but you're trying to understand how this is going to reflect off of this thing. Whereas Unreal, it's like, okay, this thing doesn't work within 5 minutes. It's like the next fixture is set up. Okay, great. So I think in terms of creative freedom, Unreal is 100% the way to go. I mean, unless you do have the budget, you have a really professional team that's willing to work with you, and they know ahead of time, like how much preparation goes into it is really important too. But like for what we did here with this project, I did come in with a little preparation, but I didn't feel like I needed to dedicate days to it. I didn't feel like I needed to study every little nook and cranny of like how this light is going to look reflecting off of this or hitting this and whatever. It was just boom, boom, boom. Okay, next. And what was cool too, what was cool about Unreal too, is that you're able to place in the actors kind of wherever you want and see how light is hitting them, and you're not disturbing anybody else. It's literally just you as like the lighting director and whoever's working the actual Unreal, whoever's working the computer behind Unreal. Whereas in real life, actors sometimes just, it feels like you're wasting their time, even though you're not, even though it's very important. It eliminates a lot of that standing around that, some actors or some like assistants on set will help you do whatever. Or if you're just trying to see like what's happening, it makes way more sense to just have it be two people, like the person that's doing the work and then the person that's directing the work. Whereas in real life, it's like you're standing around for hours, at least from the perspective of the actors or the people that like are just helping out on set. They're just standing around, and like 2, 3, 4 people are like actually discussing, okay, how is this going to work? Oh, hey, can you move that over there? No. Like it just Unreal eliminates all of that, and just you're sitting down for a couple sessions and you're good to go. I approached a lot of the lighting based on what was happening in the scene. So when me and Caleb would go into the scene and start trying to light it, for example, the training room, like the training room gave me the most difficulty. That took us 2 sessions, because the way that the windows were, it was hitting the mats, and where the characters were going to be, fighting it out and, having their like teaching lesson or whatever it is. It was going to shine on one of the characters' faces a little bit too much, where it could have just been overexposed. So we were trying to adjust the actual building itself, like whether it was making it a little wider so that way the beam of light from the sun outside was trying to hit the like where it needed to hit for like the fighting part of the scene. Because I think after that, it's more of like okay, you beat my ass, and now I'm like ready to listen to you. I'm ready to like hear what you have to say, because you kind of out-challenged me, or whatever the scenario was, where it was just definitely a teaching lesson. So having to go from a fight scene to a more intimate conversation, it was really challenging for me, because they're in that gym, they're in that training area. So it's like, usually when you have you have more of an intimate setting, it's like you're in a living room, you're at a dinner, you're at something more comfortable than just like having mats on the floor and then having it be like a warehouse that has some lights and in space or whatever it ends up being, right? So it was things like that where I was like, okay, please tell me exactly what's happening here. Like, when you have those more intimate conversations, you want more ambient lighting, right? You want it to be kind of darker in the background, and you're focused more on the faces of who's speaking, because, you're having to focus. You want to focus on the expression, and the lighting has to match that. Like you see in real life, when there's quote unquote fancier restaurants, the candle lights are super important, right? Like they don't really have like these lights that come and flash down, because they're trying to create that comfortable, cozy, intimate setting. So I was trying to do a lot of those types of things, like creating that ambiance inside whatever scene was happening. So like for that training scene, there was that. There was a sunset type lighting that happened, and that one was, I think that was one of our first ones that Caleb and I decided to tackle. So I remember going to one of my favorite places to watch the sunset for a couple times before our sessions, just to kind of study like, what does it look like naturally? And even though the Titanfall environment is different from where I live, it's still important to understand how things happen, or like how things are lit naturally in real life versus, coming back to recreating it in Unreal. Because even though it is all quote unquote a simulation, it's kind of all artificial to a degree, right? You want to try to stick to, if it makes sense for the world that you're building, you want to try to stick to reality as much as possible, depending on like for this environment, especially like this being Titanfall, it feels like it would be realistic enough for like, Earth type colorations to happen, to occur. Something that we ended up doing was adding a little when you think of a sunset, you're typically thinking orange, yellow, typical sun colors, right? But then it almost felt a little too bright in terms of the like shade of lighting. So in order to contrast that, I decided to add like a little pink or purple or blue or something in that field. And then that just made it, because I think that was another conversation where it was a little less intimate, a little less teaching. But again, you want to be sure that whatever's happening in the scene, the lighting isn't taking away from it or add it, like it just feels right. So adding that little twinge of purple and having that contrast there, it's things like that that you want to be thinking of when you're doing lighting, because you don't want it to feel, you don't want it to be saying, like, the scene that you're in to be saying something that you're not trying to convey. And people don't really think about that, because why would you? Because most of the time it's naturally, like, a lot of film does it naturally, or you think it's natural, but it's really, you know, people like me and Caleb that are behind the scenes being like, okay, what color would this show in this moment? Why does this matter? Why should we have more brightness here and maybe less brightness there? Or why should we have this color palette instead of another color palette? And things like that really, really go into fulfilling the environment that you're trying to build. So when I saw the trailer, and I was just blown away. That is the only way to describe it, because when I was lighting it, we didn't have any mocap done, so it was just a lot of T-posing. So literal figures T-posing in their like little outfits, or like they had the costumes were done, but like I had no idea what the facial recognition was going, or the mocap was going to look like. It was very much focused on environment specifically. So I was in that God mode seat for a while, like quite literally above the world, looking down and trying to like place my little tastes of here and there, you know. But to see it all just come together and just understand, like, oh, this did work the way I think it was a lot of realization of that, of like, this worked better than I thought it would. Because I felt good when I hopped off when we were done with our sessions, but it felt even better just to see, like, I remember there was the training room again. Me and the training room got beef, but everything's okay now. It was all worth it. But there was even like the captain's office or something, like there was like a flash of the captain's office or something like that. And I was like, oh, that worked really well too. It was a lot of like, okay, all right. Like I should have just recorded my initial reaction. But I showed it to a couple of my friends before seeing it myself, because I was just like nervous about it. And I'm like, you guys tell me how it is. Because like, it's not just we have a team, we have a server full of people that have worked on this. And I'm like, I'd rather show them off and then be like, oh yeah, I did this, and this later. But I actually just showed it to a couple of new friends that I've only known for a couple of weeks. And they were like, you did what? And I was like, oh yeah, I just did this lighting really quick, no problems. They're like, dude, this is amazing. So like, it's another cool party trick to kind of pull out too. But it's also, it was just really, really amazing to see, you know, our labors come to fruition, I guess. I'm really, really happy with the product, which I don't really say too much about like a lot of the stuff that I work on, but I'm proud of this one for sure.
So fun fact, when we did that test video where it was everybody's faces, I'd never done facial animation ever. And so that was like, you know, my first time being like, hey guys, we're going to do this and it's going to work. That was all BS. Like I didn't know for sure. But I was like, I'm pretty confident I can get this working. Yeah, so we had this huge studio. No, so the motion capture was either recorded in here or it was recorded out in my living room, which is a slightly larger space. For the production, we actually moved my computer and everything out there just so we could have everything in closer proximity. But, you know, it was all recorded at home. You know, it was all a process of like, again, like going into the scenes and being like, where can we inject more story? Where can we make this a better product from what we can bring to each scene? So in some cases that was like, oh, like this character like might move better if we just put boots on. So like, you know, like it has more weight to it, or like, you know, having certain props in there that were like, you know, like, oh, this character's carrying a crate, like let's, you know, fill up a Pelican case with like whatever heavy stuff we can find, whether that's like batteries or bricks or whatever, and just like, so it gives more weight to the motion capture. And it was all like, you know, really paying attention to what would make each scene better in that way. And then also being cognizant of what limitations were, not only the fact of recording it in motion capture, but also like the medium that we're doing this in. So where it's like, if we have a character, and we might even record something where it's like, you know, their arm is on a table, and then it's like, that might be hard to make sure that it stays consistent. So what if their hands are like under the table? Stuff like that, just to really pay attention to how much closer it's getting. Or like another thing that inertia motion capture shoots don't really do well is when you take your feet off the ground, it can throw it off because it's always looking for a point of contact. So like, you know, there might be a scene where a character is lying down or something, so that, you know, we might record up against the wall where we're mimicking like laying down, and then like getting up by pushing off to the side, and then knowing it's going to cut to them standing up and like, you know, moving into a different part of the performance. So nothing too special. It was all either in a living room or in the office. I remember the day before my second son was born, me and my brother-in-law recorded like one of the last scenes we needed to get. We did it in this office. We had some complications near the end of production where the head sensor in the suit wasn't working properly, and we were able to get it fixed by this point, but we had recorded the scene, and I was like, I'd really like to get it again with the head sensor, so we re-recorded it on the day before my son was born. And, you know, just like right here, we had it up in front of the computer, and like, you know, we sat here and did this. It's actually the scene with Nadiim and Ghila when she's young, and they're sitting looking at the sunset and whatever. And like, it was just one of those things where, you know, we both sat here, we acted out the scene, and then like, I remember like, you know, like my brother-in-law like leaned on me like this, and I was like, aw, you know, like patted him on the back and whatever. And then like, you know, we reversed it and did the same thing so we could get both characters recorded. It's super interesting, just the fact that, you know, you can record like all these scenes in these wacky ways, knowing that it's not going to look anything like that. Holding a pillow, like pretending it's a baby. Like, it's like, you know, there's something else actually there, or like holding Nerf guns, or jumping onto these like sofas or whatever to like mimic like different things, or like jumping onto a kitchen table and like acting like, you know, you're hanging onto the back of a Titan. Like, knowing that like you're doing all these things that are gonna be totally different once it all plays out is super neat. But it was a lot of fun, and like seeing it all translate to where it's like you would never know, you know. It's like that doesn't play out the way that it did in motion capture. I think the only thing that like remotely looks the same is I did go out and get like a baseball helmet, and like that's every helmet in the show. So like they were actually interacting with something with a hard surface, and that, you know, we could put on our heads and whatnot. But like other than that, like everything was something goofy or looked wacky while we were recording it. But in the end product, you know, you're just watching the characters do the thing. All the other stuff melts away. Yeah, so that's one of the cool things with inertia motion capture is that like the sensors don't need to be seen. So like, you know, in an optical stage, you need to be able to see like the ping pong balls or what have you to like actually tell you where in space that the character is. But with inertia, you can cover it up as long as central hub that's actually transmitting the data to the computer like can have some sort of a read. So because of that, we could put like boots on, we could put on like different costume type things, or like the helmet is a great example of like putting that on was, you know, just help sell the motion, or, you know, taking it off, same type of thing. And then there's also like, there are scenes where like characters might have like this whole scene where they go through this thing, and then they like have to grab a prop like off their back or from behind the back or off a table or something. And a lot of the times what that was, because there wasn't like a super great way to strap something down and still have full range of motion. You know, oftentimes that was either me or my brother-in-law running up with the prop, like when it got to that part, putting it against the other person's back who was wearing the motion capture suit, and then they pulled it off. But like in the final thing, like the prop is just always there, and then they like reach up and grab it and pull it down. But like in motion capture, it's not until the moment that it's being grabbed that like, you know, somebody's running up and holding it in place to where, you know, the actor can grab it. So super, like, again, more wacky stuff that's just like, you know, you would never know. It's just us goofing around, like trying to make it all work, and finding different techniques that's like, yeah, that sells the motion, so let's go with that. I feel like in any ideal situation, you would be able to get the actors' full performance. As amazing as that would be to have, you know, the actors on sets and they could be in the suits and interacting with the props, and, you know, you're getting their facial and their body motion capture at the same time. Like, all of that would go so far into like making things just that much better. The main issue with that is all of that begins to rack up in cost, and like, you know, in order to keep the cost of this production as low as possible, the best way to do that was recording with these actors remotely on their phones. So I would say what was best for this production is what we did, but in a much more ideal circumstance, you know, you would have people in the same space interacting and really bringing that much more to the scene. Yeah, me and my brother-in-law, we took turns doing. My brother-in-law got sick while he was out here, so like I ended up doing most of the acting. But like generally speaking, between me, him, and my wife, like we all just like took turns playing a different character. And anytime you played a character, you also had to play the other characters in the scene. There's like a scene where Solice like travels back in time. She sees Jack, and like he's like talking to this group of grunts and whatever, and like they all go in between like saying certain things and then like cheering and whatnot. And so like he had to play like, you know, Jack's character, he had to play Solice's character, but then he also had to play like all these grunts just like repeatedly, you know, go ahead and being like, all right, like, you know, different cheering this time, or like, you know, like different hand motions or reactions, or like what are they doing in the scene. So like, you know, even though that scene in itself isn't super long and you really only think of it as like, you know, Solice, Jack, and then like in your mind, like sure there's a couple of grunts, but it's like we recorded that scene probably 16 times just so he could fill out all the characters in that space. So like the way that the animation pipeline worked was I would record in the Rokoko Smart Suit in their software, and they have some nice tools to help clean up, but essentially what it comes down to is like you can clean it up and it'll look super nice in the software, but anytime you translate that to a model, like a model is never going to be the same proportions as you. And like in Rokoko Studio, you can make the avatar pretty close to, you know, your same proportions as far as like, you know, your height, your arm span, like all these different measurements you can take. But once you put that on a character model, like all that's going to kind of, you know, be up to change. So like in Unreal Engine, I would retarget all the motion capture to take, you know, that avatar, how we recorded it, you know, more or less the perfect recording, and then I would translate that onto a character, and then that's what needs to be cleaned up, and then it's in the scene. And, you know, like when you bent over and picked something up in the motion capture, you know, it might not be the same distance as it is on the set. So it's about, you know, paying attention to those little things. Maybe you have to move the character just over one frame so that they might be in one spot, but then they have to jump to the next spot just to make the framing work. So it's paying attention to all those things, and it's an arduous process to clean up that animation. But then, you know, once you have it cleaned up and into a good looking state, and you can start dropping cameras into it, like then all of a sudden you can start hiding all those imperfections and those, you know, little duct tape moments that you've patched with the animation, to where it can feel much more organic and like you're just watching a scene play out. Even if there is something janky, you know, that would be the time to hide it. So like, you know, there's oftentimes, for example, in this project, one of the things that Rokoko does well with when you record it is the foot contact. The foot contact in Rokoko Studio always looks good when you're stepping on the ground, like it's locked in, and they have certain filters to make that as good as it possibly can be. But when you translate that to a character that doesn't have the same proportions of you, that might be off a little bit. So one of the things that, you know, you might do is like, you either don't show the feet at all, you only show the feet when they look good on the ground, or, you know, you just barely cover that point of contact with their foot in the ground to make it believable. So like, you know, there might be a shot where like a character's walking, but it only works because the ground is covered in grass. So you don't see where their foot is actually touching the ground. You just see their foot going behind the grass and like stepping forward. So just being like cognizant of like, how can you cheat this a little bit to make it work better? Oftentimes when you see a character making contact with the ground, it's actually a pre-recorded motion capture asset that has good foot contact that works well on the characters. That way it can sell, like, you know, even more so that they're walking through the world. But if you pay close attention, oftentimes shots are from the thigh or the hip or the chest up, so that doesn't even have to necessarily be an issue that you have to think about. And in, you know, most cases for filmmaking, you know, you don't necessarily see the whole body anyways, so trying to come up with little tricks and hacks to get around those things all plays into, you know, making it a better final product.
Honestly, I was kind of dumbfounded at the fact that you could do cinematography through a game engine. I was like, there's no way.
I've got an assignment for you back in Angel City. A new pilot. Young, vibrant, a lot like you used to be.
So when it came to choosing different cinematographers for this project, like, I knew I wanted people who could have a vision in their head and bring that across.
My name is Ethan Nagel, and I was a cinematographer on the Titanfall project. My style cinematography is movement is life. I like movement. I do like being challenged with static, very shots and master shots and stuff like that. I like the movement of the camera. I like things to, you know, not be montagey, but you want to be able to keep that story moving and going, but also too, coming in and out of scenes, like hitting that emotional beat for the story. Like it just feels different opposed if it's a static camera. So a lot of what I do is I like movement. And so when approaching some of these scenes, you know, there's static shots, but even the intros, like I like doing push-ins or pull-outs, you know, to establish a scene. And then also insert shots, very much like, okay, what are we working on? Like we need to see the people working, but it's like macro shots, you know, 100 millimeter, 85 millimeter, to kind of be like, what's the environment that we're in, that things are moving forward. And then getting the characters in place to, you know, then start telling the dialogue of what's going on with the story. So I do approach it from the technical standpoint, but then that assists in the emotional standpoint, that how I want the scene to play out. I always, you know, as cinematography, I always think technical, like I direct, but it's like sometimes there's different methods to what's going on. And when I went to film school, I told my professor before I started, he was a professor, and so he was showing me around the film school and kind of doing a walkthrough. And I was like, he's like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, I want to film direct. And he goes, okay, do you want to like learn how, you know, to direct, like, you know, say emotionally, but he's like, why do you want to be a director? I was like, well, I want to learn how to make films. And then right away he said, then become a cinematographer, because then you'll learn directing, but you need to learn the technical because you want to know how to do it, you know, opposed to the, you know, the how and the why. You know, directors are very much like, why is the emotion? Let's go down that storytelling. It's like, and then film, and then cinematography is like, how do I make that come across the celluloid, or how do I make across, you know, the sensor and through the lens, and make that, you know, make that moody tone that fits what the director's why or the director's need. Being able to approach it technically just because it's a new skill in the toolbox. But then it's fun to, make sure that tells the story emotionally of each episode and how the camera moves. And some of the scenes I had, it worked on, they're talking pieces. So it was a fun challenge to be like, okay, this is the close up, the medium, the over the shoulder, we're gonna go this way, opposed to this way. And so that's a challenge in itself. Like, some people kind of forget about just the talking scenes, and talking scenes can be very challenging, when you are trying to really get across what's going on. And so it was fun seeing the characters, how they moved and how Caleb had them blocked already, and be like, okay, well, I want to track this person as they walk this way. I want to push in when we start the scene. I do want to push in on this specific script or the specific line. Push in on that one line that says we need to go get the heroes, and boom, it cuts to Bruce Willis on a oil tanker, in the middle of the ocean and stuff like that, or them chasing down everybody to get the astronauts. You're starting to see the language of filmmaking through all three disciplines, as the director, the cinematographer, and the editor. So when I approach a scene, I try to think of all three, and like, how is the editor, how I would like to see the scene end. And if it ends up that way, that's great. If it doesn't, that's filmmaking. A movie's made 3 times in pre-production, production, and post-production. So trying to shoot for the edit helps sell that emotion, especially the key emotional beats to a scene. But yeah, that's how I kind of approach the not technical, but the emotional aspect of each scene in Titanfall.
My name is Eric Oliveira, and I am one of the cinematographers for Titanfall. One thing that's important to any cinematographer is controlling what the audience is seeing and revealing just enough for them to understand what the story is without giving too much away, right? We're always trying to foreshadow, in any kind of filmmaking, we're always trying to foreshadow the story without anybody ever knowing. But with real world shooting, it becomes a little bit more difficult because you got to make sure that you get the take perfectly. So you end up doing multiple takes, you have a ton of equipment. Within Unreal Engine and within this digital world, we have the ability to go in and make those unique tweaks and truly change the camera and the focal length and the lens to meet that exact thing that we want the customer, the audience to focus on when we want them to focus on it. And it's a pretty crazy thing or a pretty powerful thing that you have the ability to do with something like Unreal Engine or any of the digital tools that we've leveraged to make this production. For the scene with Ghila and Nadiim, which is Ghila, this little girl, and Nadiim, this father figure, they're sitting on a log in this open field overlooking this like beautiful scenic of like a mountainscape. So in the script, it talks about how, or it doesn't talk about it, it is known that this particular scene is a bit of a flashback that's occurring within the world of Titanfall. So our first challenge was, okay, how do we capture this as a flashback without adding in what would be any of your stereotypical or cliche type things, right? That being like, like some weird effect on the camera or anything along the lines of that. Okay, so that's our first challenge. How do we go about making this feel like a flashback? The second challenge that we had was, okay, how do we go about capturing this in a way where we're allowing the audience to feel what we want them to feel, but keep it almost feeling like we're separated from what's actually happening. So it's like we're understanding what they're feeling, but we feel like we're a distance away, thus creating this like in the past or separation for the particular audiences. So that's the 2 challenges that we went into approaching this. So how I went about capturing that is I used a couple of tricks of cinematography where I wanted to first establish where they were. And the way that I did that was I captured some of the world around them. But I captured based on the lines and based on what the characters were saying and based on the emotions that they were feeling. I might grab what would be a shot of a rusty rundown building because the character was feeling trapped. I might grab, I might shoot through bars because the character at that moment almost was invading this feeling as if they were in prison. We shot what would be Nadiim's reaction to what Ghila was saying, so that way we could feel him. So a lot of the things that Ghila was talking about in the scene was how she was feeling about Nadiim and how Nadiim was almost like counseling her as this father figure and kind of like, well, what should you do, Ghila, right? Talking with her. And a lot of the times, for anybody who has kids, you can understand that whenever you're trying to like coach your kids, or if you don't have any kids and you have like a father, or a mother, whenever you're having these, parent to child relationships, there's always like a figure who's like mentoring versus one who's like, trying to be understanding. And a lot of the times, the most amazing stuff that's happening is with the character who's not talking, right? And what we found is that when we captured the reactions of these characters who weren't speaking, and we combined that with the world that was around them, we actually ended up getting that exact feeling that we needed, where because of the world, when we added in a little bit of fog and we put the sun just right, we created this almost like surreal atmosphere. So it felt like accomplishing our first goal. It felt like it was in the past, or at a better time, or at a distant time before all the craziness happens. And then by separating the characters and focusing solely on the characters that were listening and not talking, we were able to understand how that person was feeling and really ground the emotions of the individuals that would be the characters, as well as for the audience, and get them truly engaged in that. And the wildest thing about this scene is you have these emotional things that are happening back and forth between these two particular characters. And then right at the end, when all hope seems possible, you start to hear the gunfire and the war is really beginning. And so does the story, jump back to where we are now, where everything's going in the direction that it's going. And
hello, everybody. I'm Sergio Lorenzana. I'm a cinematographer. And as a cinematographer, you're going to help this director figure out how, between scene selection, shot composition, figure out that like a flow for how a scene is going to motivate not only like the characters like emotion, but the plot itself, and help it move forward. When you do this in real life, the focus of the way you can choose movement and or the shots themselves tend to be based on, I guess, how the director is going to envision like who is leading this scene. Sometimes there's a case of like you can overdevelop a scene and just give everybody screen time, and then now your editor is the director and he's going to choose like what is being focused on, or everybody gets like a shot as well. But then that kind of can drive the scene or overall the entire film in a way where it feels a little vague, and that there's not a lot of like focus in it that can help people like settle into or even pick up information. So whenever I like work on a project, that's usually one of my biggest kind of focuses on this, because in some cases you might not even need to owe anybody like a certain like reaction shot if it didn't help like move the story along. So when Kayla and I were working on that one specific like argument scene, we were looking at how, as like a 10,000 foot view of like that scene script and all of these little beats that happened inside of it, and sort of like what mattered. So in some cases, two people could be like arguing between one another, and then you'd want to focus the scene on like them two arguing. When you are like developing the scene through like shot selection, some of these little tiny like moments matter, so that you can really like flesh out the scene a little bit more deeply and like nuance, so that when you do get to watch it, you really get to feel like you're diving into the story, because focus is being thrown to give just amount of information so that the audience who's watching it can sort of follow along and figure out what's going to happen next. He doesn't want to like force feed like all of it. So like if we saw like the kid like loading the gun, or like pulling it out or something, then that would have been too like on the nose. But you would want to be able to see like the frustration build, and then you probably know something's going to happen. But if we ignored that shot altogether, or we focus too much on it, then either the story becomes so like pedestrian that it's too easy to follow or very predictable, and then that moment doesn't come off as a surprise, or that we didn't focus onto it as much as we should have, and then it's too sudden, and then we aren't convinced of the scene's surprise factor. You want to help motivate every single scene this way, so that we feel attached to everything, even inanimate objects and all that stuff. Like some of the biggest like players in this are the Titans themselves, and they have dialogue and sort of I don't know, like an emotion, but like it's kind of like we have to feel for that, and we also have to earn all of this. So Caleb's job is to make sure that it's nuanced enough right in the middle of this tipping point that it's not too easy to follow, and then people aren't convinced that the story had layers or depth to it, and that it wasn't too forgotten, where it's just like the story, like people are just looking at their watch or seeing how much left is on the video because they just can't follow or feel like no connection to anything. So my main thing, even if I didn't focus on a lot of cinematography that helped do a lot of like crazy moves and like wild shots, my personal flavor of cinematography, number one, is usually just an aesthetic image. Like I go for like just visual candy, like pretty much tier one. In terms of just like how it looks, the camera doesn't even need to move because there's usually a motivation by that, and it goes towards a second point, and that the cinematography, where it needs to help the story, makes itself sense. And if it doesn't do that, then I'm useless, right? Then it's like, it doesn't matter if it looks pretty, if the development of the scene just falls flat or just feels a little too chaotic, or that's not what like makes your story good. What makes your story good is just a well-crafted but convincing story. And then every element of that, every person working on that is just supporting that. Otherwise, everything else is just a distraction. Probably just lessens the entire experience. And I will tell you that even if the regular like audience people, they're not going to be sensitive or smart to like what we're doing, but they will feel it every single time. They know if a movie is bad and they know if a movie is good. So I give the audience a lot more credit than a lot of people because I get it. They are also the biggest influencing factor of like the success of anything, right? Who cares if a bunch of your own peers love it? It doesn't matter. It's like, but like you have millions of people like enjoy something, you gotta get another one.
One of the things that we're able to do in this digital production of Titanfall is you have the ability with an Unreal Engine to go into what would be almost like this God mode, right? So you create these worlds, these beautiful worlds, down to the grain of sand, if you will, or the grain of dirt that is in this particular world. And with that, you have the ability to have this world and change any of the elements that you did. So the way that we approached doing the cinematography for one of the scenes, before we started shooting anything, I wanted to take a step back and look at the world and all of the scene around me. So I wanted to take almost like our location scout and really go around this entire world from this like God mode and just kind of like zip around to the different elements of this particular mini world, if you will, where these individuals are sitting, to get an understanding of how these characters would be feeling in that particular moment. Because, as people, when we're sitting out at like a park or on a beach or even in our houses, we're very aware of our surroundings. We know where we are, and the place of where we are is impacting how we feel as individuals. The same thing needs to happen with the characters that you're portraying in any kind of movie. It always naturally happens on a set because of the fact that people are really there and you can't help but feel what's around you. So at the beginning of this scene, I wanted to make sure that I grounded these characters in that particular scene and showed them and showed their world exactly where they were and how they would feel.
What's the tone of this scene? Is this happy? The very basic, like happy, sad, exciting, stuff like that. And then it's just kind of categorizing where I wanted to go with the mood and the tone. So if like, oh, this is an intense scene. Okay, well, I want the close-ups to be like this. Like, so it's just simple camera placement's huge, and then over the shoulders or what this feels like. What is this camera angle? How does that make the audience feel? So you go from the very basics, like, hey, low angles are hero shots. That means the characters are bigger. It typically shows them in a better light. Overhead shots or something, or overside. Sometimes that shows vulnerability. Sometimes it's a cool angle, but sometimes, most times it's vulnerability. Long lenses, wide angles, insert shots, all that kind of stuff. When I approach a scene like that, like I think for the edit, like we need enough footage for the edit to turn away and see what our characters are interacting with within their world. And So it was great to be able to not only light these scenes, but then to set up the cameras to tell the emotion of what's going on in the scene. So we can really focus on the characters and really, the lighting is secondary. Everything's always secondary to the story. The story is what drives everything. And that lighting assists in that story. And that's what we want to do. So, if we're working with the bad guys, we kind of want to get that little more of the red tone going on. Maybe we want some, over the head lighting, a lot more ominous, stuff like that. And then to work in space, or if you're working on a ship, it's kind of like, you don't quite know what's going on. It's more ominous to have a lot of dark lighting, down lighting and be in dark spaces, in space. So that motivation and trying to figure out how to light that scene to tell the emotion of the scene of what's going on, was a fun challenge. And it was a blast to, just, like I said, use all the tools in the toolbox of what I know, and then to see them applied digitally.
But even more creative, because there's no equipment barriers or anything where it's like, oh, how high can we get? In real life, it's like that always had to be a drone, or you have a gigantic lift that you need to be on. And in this virtual space, it was, I can't even say the sky is the limit because you can go past the sky. But there was just no boundaries. And I don't know, I felt unshackled, literally just being able to, literally, we can do whatever we want. At one point, I was talking to him about, hey, any chance we can get B-roll for the scenes? How about the sun over there? Can we get kind of near the water, but blow up the sun by shooting on a tighter lens and all that stuff? And then he was like, yeah. And then in under 30 seconds, the shot was already set up. And then I told him, I was like, I hate this so much, because that would have taken me an hour to walk down to the beach to swap the lens and truck all this gear around and all that stuff just to get there. And then he was able to do it in 30 seconds. And it blew my mind because it felt like I loved it.
Seeing Unreal Engine in this project legitimately makes me feel that you can tackle projects that you think are way too big, way out of budget. And you can bring it in, and but it takes the time and planning, and it disciplines you as a filmmaker. How else can we tell stories?
I was able to really uncover more motivated camera movement, or just cinematography in general, because you had a sort of God mode of being able to be in a sandbox kind of thing and just really take any approach and discover new things is just hugely impactful. And being a part of that it changes your and kind of outlook on everything. So I've been able to take it back home with me and understand that there's more to discover and to create. I was just happy to be able to work on this and be a part of it.
We're kind of going into a world where the possibilities are endless as to what you can create. It's only as far as the creator's mind can go. And if you can set that, and if you can figure that out, you'll be completely free. The wonders about how we can go about shooting something like Titanfall is it gives you the virtual freedom to create whatever you desire. The only limit to what you can do in a digital production like Titanfall is the limit of your imagination.
Yeah, so the way I approached the music for Titanfall was, for a long time, I had been picking up, music from Triune Digital, and I was like, someday I'm going to do something with this, but I'm not sure what. And I've used it, on some short projects in the past, but, nothing really had the grandeur that it had to offer. So when this project came up, I immediately opened up that library, and I started listening to it while I was writing, started listening to it in the car, for the entirety of production. I've been listening to, these 60 plus tracks that are just all right, how do these play well? I took the best songs from those packs and I just put them into a playlist of this is what sounds like Titanfall. So that was all, super important to building the feel and what would generally carry a lot of the weight. But when you buy stuff that's stock, you're getting stuff that wasn't specifically tailored to your story. And so, in certain instances, you need to be able to get stuff that sounds of the same quality, but also contributes more to the story. And that's where Tom Duffy and Deanna Del Toro came in.
it's always a satisfying experience being the one on the other side of creation, because you did this for so long, you work on this so hard, and then it's finished, and it's like, I did this, It's really cool. My name is Diana del Toro. I'm one of the composers for the soundtrack of this project. It was unbelievably exciting, because this project with this reach, it was like literally life-changing to be able to be part of something like this. At the moment, like, I saw the message and I couldn't believe it when I saw that he said yes. I told my friends I'm going to be working on a series. It's like one of the first ever fully digital productions. There's like actors so good. There's so many people working on this, and now I'm part of this. I was like calling friends, going here and there, telling everyone. I was so excited to be here. My main focus recently was the intro for the series. I was probably like sleeping at 12 or something. I just had finished some stuff for college. Out of nowhere, the idea hit me. I was like, what if I do this? If I use the strings, I could maybe get that feeling. It just sparked from there. From when, I'd say, I guess, like about 3 months into production or something, maybe. That I was just creating, discarding, and then it appeared. What I normally do for composing a song is that I first start with just a piano melody. Usually some chords, just chords playing one after the other, and that's it, with no main melody or anything. Just so I can get an idea for the feeling. I do it on the piano. After that, once I have the idea, I expand it to other instruments. I say, well, this can be played by the violins, this can be played by the cellos, and so on and so on. For the approach I had for this particular song for Titanfall, I was looking for something that told me both this is gonna be epic, but also this is gonna be kind of sad, but also this is gonna be like cinematic or something. So I was looking for all those feelings, and I eventually landed on this string from going from 0 to going to full and then going back down. It gives you that very, how do I say this? It's very moody, the feeling that it gives. It gives you time to think, time to feel what's going on, time to hear it. Then I slapped an AI voice on it because I didn't have a singer at the time. With Caleb, we wrote the lyrics with him, mostly him. And yeah, and I wrote a simple melody for the computer singer to do. And that's what I presented them with as the first prototype. And then, I thought that it kind of worked and it sounded good. I was told by my fellow composer on the team that there could be more to do. And after hearing it for some time, I thought that it could be better. So I called a friend, and my friend was someone who sang the song. The reason I chose a real singer over the AI singer was that the computer singer has the perfect pitch and has some tones that are kind of they mixed very well with the rest of the instruments that we had. There was some stuff when some notes were long that the AI voice just held perfectly throughout, and it wasn't bad, but a real voice can bring those special tones together. The vibrato of the singer, some half note, some notes that are half between two other ones. That's something only a real human voice can do. And yes, there are some programs that can nowadays simulate it. There's always this little something that you can't quite get with an AI voice. Little details, little parts of her voice. Also, on top of that, my friend is really good improvising, so she also added some stuff with her voice that I didn't even have any idea that could be done or that could sound this good. So that was also a benefit of having a real singer. From the script, what I took the most was what happens along the story.
and mainly the main character, I was thinking a lot of how she feels. I hoped to make the lyrics resemble that or talk about that, how the character feels, and also make the music reflect that. That's where the idea of it being both epic but also kind of sad or kind of dread, that's where the idea came from. The exact process that I used from the idea was a lot of piano. Like I insist, starting everything on piano, just chords. It helps me get the idea of the process, of where I'm gonna go with this idea, where I'm taking it next, and so on. I started with a simple chord progression from the piano. I think it was like 8 things. What I found first, it was like a couple of minor chords. This gives us the impression of something like melancholic or something even tense. Then I went to some major and minor progression, like with the next set of 4. That gives you the feeling of kind of heroic, or kind of like exciting, something like that. Like it's growing to be something new. With those chords, I then moved them to strings. I took the chords that were being played and basically stretched them and made them string instruments and gave them like a variation of expression. So they start with this strange feeling of tension, and then they grow, and then change from notes, go back, down, and it falls almost silent. And then that repeats throughout the song. I then added some synth instruments and some basses, because after all, this is still a sci-fi game. So synths are usually the mark. So there's a constant throughout the whole song. There's like a constant synth playing, one on the bass that gives you a literal bass line to build everything on. And then another synth that gives like a somewhat, I don't know, it feels like kind of confusing, but also interesting, but something with a synth that's playing in the background, always the same thing. From the strings, they're repeating the same thing through the longest of the intro. So I said, it needs something else. It cannot stay the same. So where do I go? I added choruses. Or a piano. I returned the piano that I had just dismantled to build the strings. I put it back on. It gave me like a new sense of the song is going somewhere. It's building up to something without using like the standard risers or the standard standard I don't know, other synths, I guess. So it's basically following that. I add more instruments because the song needs like some intensity. Let's say the song needs more intensity. Let's add some choruses because those like kind of have this like divine feeling or something like that. Or let's say the voices need follow this kind of let's say not change too much and stay kind of in the middle, but also move a little. So if the vocals are staying in the same place, we have to have other instruments like do the heavy lifting of changing stuff up. That was kind of my process. I wanted to make my pieces go closer to the original style of the artist, to make them kind of more similar to what the fans of Titanfall are used to hearing. So I kind of wanted to approach that style. So I chose a lot. There's brass instruments. There's a lot of orchestral strings. There's a lot of vocals of choruses because I'm also kind of inspired by the Halo soundtrack. So I'm just taking all those styles that I know the fans of Titanfall so I can make them more of a part of the final song. Like the best part of what would be a story about the production, I think was the final product, because it really felt like the culmination of everything that I have been worked on for all of this time. I felt like so proud, bro, and so excited when I saw the video of the final intro and how it was. I was like I really made it.
You're going to run into a lot of advice that sounds like it could be applicable. Like finding your own unique voice as a composer. That sounds like it could be applicable in many ways. You know, find that one thing that sets you apart from everybody else. No, don't do that. Don't waste any time doing that, because if you write the music that you like, your life is already as unique as it's going to get. No one else is going to live the exact same experiences in the exact same order and responds to it in the exact same way that you are. So if you just take the music that you like, let it inspire you, come up with your own creative process and just write the things that you like, you're already going to stand out from everybody else. It's not going to sound like anybody else. My name is Tom Duffy, and the role that I played during Titanfall is that I am a composer. So the testing for me personally, when it comes to composing, happens a lot as I'm writing. I have never sent anything over to Caleb that I wasn't 97% sure that he was really going to like. And I will never, ever send anybody anything that I personally don't like. If I send over a piece of music that I don't like, it's because I don't care about the project. And I've never done that. I'm never going to do that. So the testing really lies with once I've got the sketch there and I start orchestrating it. And I'll assign, this line to this instrument or create a texture with these instruments and go from there. If I don't like the way it sounds, I'm not going to keep it that way and just kind of ixnay it as I'm moving along. So for the promo music for it, I was stuck on that for like a month. I'm not going to lie, because I just had the main ostinato playing on repeat for about 8 bars and walking around my room, this room in here, just going, what comes next? What am I supposed to do? And I believe I was standing right about there when I said, you know what? Toss everything to the wind. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a trap beat behind this and just see how it sounds. And as soon as that hit my subwoofer, I was like, that's it. We're going with it. That project was done that night. I had finished it up and I sent it over to Caleb. He's like, this is awesome. I'm like, I know. It's pretty phenomenal. Like, how often are you ever going to hear a string ostinato be followed by some hip-hop hi-hats? Say that 5 times fast. So the way I approach the music for Titanfall is a little different than I think most composers would approach it. Because Caleb sent me a lot of stuff, a lot of examples that he wanted me to listen to and take inspiration from. And I listened to all of it once. And that was it. Because he specifically said, I want you to write a score inspired from it. So I listened to it as little as possible so that way I didn't accidentally rip anything off. Or if I'm going to quote a theme, I want to do it very intentionally. And I wanted to approach everything with my own personal touch to the creative process. The original music from the game inspired me in the way that the original composer, Stephen Barton, is very, very good at texture shifts in the piece that aren't jarring to the ear. And that is something that I'm still kind of wrestling around with, making sure that I get a solid balance in there. But he was very good at using instruments at a time where they're necessary for it. It's like the way he used the temporal colors of everything, it really just sends the mood that he's trying to evoke into overdrive. With composing the music for projects like this, it's very ebb and flow. There's some times where it'll come out really easily and it sounds exactly how I want it to, and I had a very clear vision. And there's other times where I sit there and I have to approach it very technically because I'm having kind of a hard time with the overall vision of it and just applying theoretical knowledge to it. And so with my favorite scene, I knew exactly how I wanted it to sound, and within about 3 to 4 hours of sitting down, I had the first version of the score for that scene sent over to Caleb. So a lot of my inspiration stems from visuals. I'm a very visual person. So I think that may very well be why writing that scene was so easy to me, was because everything about it I loved. The way that it looked was phenomenal. And so I was able to draw direct inspiration from it. I can go from eyes to my ears pretty quickly, typically. I remember when I was younger, I was shoveling snow up in the mountains somewhere because I was in Job Corps when I was about 19 years old. And I looked over and it was real early and I saw the sun come over the mountains. And as soon as I saw like the golden light be gone over, I heard brass in my head. And immediately went down and wrote it on a piece of paper because I did have my computer with me. And I have still yet to do anything with that idea. That is sitting in a piece of paper somewhere else. But that's to fully answer your question, a lot of my inspiration comes from the look of things. I operate in Cubase, and something that's really cool with Cubase is I can directly load the video into the software and score very specifically to it. So once I'd watched the scene through and kind of figured out the form that I wanted to write to, I didn't watch it because I knew that at the end of it, I was going to want to watch it with fresh eyes and fresh ears and take in the part that Caleb and everybody else on the team has worked so hard to put together, and then my little bit to the scene that may do well with it, may not. And I watched that scene probably 10 times after I finished it up. And I fell in love with that scene. I think that's going to be my favorite scene of the whole show. So my production process has actually changed numerous times throughout this project because it's been a very large learning experience for me. So with the first piece that I wrote, I actually started with just a sound. I was kind of scrolling through the sounds that I have downloaded to my computer and sound libraries that I have, and started just kind of listening. And for the most part, I just kind of waited until some jumped out at me. And there was one particular sound that it kind of popped. So I just started playing some notes and gradually added some harmonies, and it just sounded phenomenal for everything that I wanted for it, for the given piece that I was writing. That kind of just flowed out like crystal clear water. The second piece that I wrote for it, it kind of changed a little bit because now I'm not working with an entirely blank canvas. I actually have a theme that I can work off of and a much more specific musical style that I'm trying to stick to. So then I approached it more so from a formal standpoint where I laid out the themes, I laid out the form of the piece, kind of did some general orchestration stuff, just kind of on pencil and paper, worked that out. And then on this last piece that I'm in the middle of writing, I'm approaching it with an incredibly formal approach, where I'm starting with a piano sketch and I'm writing down notes for orchestration because it's going to be a whole orchestra, and just going off of ear and just everything that I'm hearing instead of applying techniques and everything is not going to give me the result that I think this project deserves.
The neat thing with this is like so much of it technically is post-production, since like, you know, as soon as you start in Unreal, like that's where you're essentially generating your footage and all that. But once it gets out of Unreal and you have stuff that's rendered, it moves into like a much more traditional pipeline to where you're just throwing it in something like Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, to be able to edit it as actual footage. And then it's running through the typical processes of you have your edit, you get that to edit lock, you go through and do your visual effects, sound design, color grading, all these steps that are more traditional. What's interesting about this project though is I can be mid-edit and be like, the transition to this scene isn't working, or like having this shot would pace it out a little bit better. And because it's all in Unreal Engine, I'm editing on the same computer that I was in Unreal Engine on. It's not like I have to go back out to location to go get those shots. I can pop open Unreal, I can find the exact shot that I want, even with like, I can have like a fully animated scene and just like jump back into that and like find the part that I want to add a shot to and re-render it. Or maybe it's like I have like a very specific shot in mind where it's like it just needs to be in this environment. I just need to add some quick animation to a couple of characters and then render out the shot. That might take like maybe 20 minutes, and then like I'm back into my editing timeline, and I have like new shots that just move the story along a lot cleaner. Whereas like, if you ever had to go out and do a reshoot for a short film or anything like that, it's tedious, and then you bring it back and then it doesn't match your other footage, and it's like this whole process to get it there. So having part of the edit process just being like, hey, like how can we make each scene a little bit better? Is there anything that we want to go back and re-grab? So like that's a whole additional layer to like this whole process that makes it even better and even cleaner. So then once it gets through all that, as I'm editing, I'm going through and I'm just marking out like what shots are visual effects shots. And so I'm labeling those and just having them, ready to go on the edit timeline. And so as I'm get things to edit lock, now I have in the timeline just these little blips that tell me like, all right, this is a shot that needs visual effects applied to it. So I can go in. It could be as simple as doing a quick sky replacement or adding smoke to a shot, to the larger than life shots to add stuff like, more realistic explosions or fire, stuff like that. And it could even be as simple as like, this shot needs to be cleaned up, or like, remove this one thing out of frame. That's just going to be a lot faster to do as visual effects than going back into Unreal Engine and re-rendering it. So it's paying attention to, those kinds of things to make the whole thing feel a little bit more lifelike. And that's something that I found when I was doing the concept trailer, was like out of Unreal Engine, things looked good, they looked decent, but once it went through visual effects and added some real world elements, some simulated elements, like all that just went a bit further to making the shot feel more grounded in reality. So adding bits and bobs like that allows it to go into the next stages, which are adding sound to just really bring everything to to life in a way that visual effects or even all the rendering, all the fancy rendering can't necessarily, because in film we say that your audio is half the frame. So if you have bad audio, then like you're missing half of your frame. Or if you have no audio, I suppose, bad audio, you just have a bad frame. So like, in that regard, part of what brings this to life is, you're going to have the characters talking in a scene, and, getting into the sound could be something as simple as just adding, parts of the environment back in. So maybe that's rain, maybe that's, the crackle from a fire with some, just sounds of nightlife in the background. Or, it's getting into the bigger thing, like when the Titans show up, and just adding complexity to them, and, being able to hear like every, gear and component moving. That's all stuff that comes in that stage to bring the frame to life even more. Because without it, it looks nice, But once you add that sound in, it really starts to cement it even more, and it goes just another step further to making it more believable. And then once it goes through that, hits color, and then the color grading is really where, like, you know, it's kind of that final touch that takes it from looking like a render or looking like a composite shot, and really just brings everything together into this meld that, you know, makes it feel like it's its own thing. So that's, you know, really that kind of that final step. And then in there you're adding, like, you know, a lot of things like glow, or in camera terms there's what's called haliation, which around like bright parts of your image, you know, there's some color banding that happens on real world cameras, so adding some of that, adding some noise back in, just to make it feel more like images that we're used to seeing out of cameras, brings it one more step to feeling, you know, realistic. And then all that, you package it together, throw the score underneath it, and you got yourself a movie. So New Frontiers definitely should have had like a 3-year timeline on it. But yeah, that's okay.
It was an absolute blast working on this huge kind of sci-fi epic on this kind of smaller scale, this really personal story of these characters and this grand kind of stage.
This is the absolute first thing that I have done in the sci-fi world. And it is absolutely epic. Okay, it's a wasteland, it's been destroyed, or it's a fight scene, and I'm sitting in a chair trying to like act like I'm kicking somebody, or like I just got hit in the stomach. You know, it was a lot of you know, it was crazy.
Any project that has to do with mechs and humans, that's kind of like my favorite sci-fi genre anyway, is anything with robots and mechs. You can get inside the suit and do stuff. That's always been my favorite genre.
Oh man, actor mode sort of switched off for a second, and we were all just a bunch of geeks having fun, letting our imaginations and our fandom run wild, and just coming up with fun stuff.
It's been like, it's just cool because I haven't really experienced that like sci-fi as like an actor, and so it was just like really cool to just see the process and see what's this world that's not really like ours.
I'm thrilled. I'm excited to be a part of it. I love sci-fi stuff anyway, and I love 3D graphics and 3D modeling and all that. So all this plays into everything that I love.
You know, it's exciting. It like gets you excited to watch and see what's going to happen next. And just the production, the whole concept, it's mind-boggling for me. Like I can't comprehend how it's all pieced together.
I think that the fans of Titanfall will likely receive it incredibly well. Hey, you gotta check this out. Like, you've gotta see this. It's well done, it's well acted, the story's immersive, the story's intense, and it's, you know, you just gotta check it out. And then you gotta go play the game.
Oh my gosh, like, it's so crazy that all the hours that were put into this production by everyone. I'm just so excited for it to come out and just see what fruits are coming from our labor.
Like, the fact that, like, this thing is 3 hours long, and like just the fact alone that there are scenes where one plays after the other and like it tells a cohesive story, like, what a feat that is. So I mean, like, the whole thing was just built on a computer with a mouse and keyboard with people's cell phone footage of like their voice and their face. Like, that's crazy to me. So like, so this project so easily could just be like nonsense garbage that's like, you know what, we're just gonna make something janky because it's funny. But it's like, in this case, it's like, oh, it actually works. Like, you see like a sequence of shots and you don't think of them as a sequence of shots because it's just narrative storytelling. So like, the fact that that's happening with, you know, like, essentially this thing that didn't exist until we breathed life into it is pretty phenomenal. go out and tell your story. Like, it is like we're able to now. I think that's the thing that this project has revealed to me, that there's no longer things in your way. There are some skills in barrier to entry maybe in that regard, but like there's also people out there that so badly want to tell a great story and be a part of something larger than themselves. And like, when you're able to bring that to the table, it makes, a world of difference for, everybody involved, but also like, the people watching and the people that it will affect, down the road. And I think that's super exciting. And I hope that, people who see this recognize that and are able to go out and act on it.
My hopes for New Frontiers is if it gets 100 views or 100,000 views or 100 million views, that really doesn't matter to me personally. I would rather 100 people watched all the way through it and loved watching it as much as I've loved working on it, rather than 100 million people watch it and they, couldn't care less. I want them to love the project as much as I do, because we're all just a bunch of hermits hanging out in our office trying to get this project out.
I hope that Titanfall New Frontiers just explodes, and I hope EA Games and Respawn have to make Titanfall 3 just because we made this series, and they call Caleb first and say, we want you to do it. We want you to write it. We want you to direct it. We want all of your characters to come on board and do their character again for us. Yeah, that's my hope. Titanfall 3. Here we go. Let's do it.
I hope in the future that this brings another space for actors. Just due to like having the pandemic and everything. There's almost one of the smartest ways to go in certain situations. When it comes to those projects, it's a real smart way to go, because you don't have to be with each other. There's no contact, and it's all scheduled. So you just gotta clock in at the right time.
I'm hoping that people will see this and be inspired to construct their own worlds, conceptualizing these crazy things that obviously can't be done in real life. But being digital, you can do anything you want. And that's just like really amazing. And I'm excited to see what comes next for people.
I just hope that we're able to do the fandom justice, because I know, Titanfall has not been produced or is not going to be produced. But I do hope like we do it enough justice where the Titanfall fandom is like, this was freaking amazing, like keep going with it.
I think Titanfall New Frontiers is going to change the game forever. I think it's going to land with a boom. I think it's going to shock and awe audiences at a scale that we can't even comprehend. It's amazing what you can do with pure creativity and technical knowledge of a couple of platforms that are free to download with a group of friends that you see every day, and you can make anything you imagine. Those that watch it will truly love and resonate with the characters, and it will allow people the ability where they might not always get the conclusion that they need from a particular story to go out there and write their ending to answer the questions that they need to answer and create the answers that they need answering.
One of the focuses of production as a whole is the title of the series itself. New Frontiers is what the story's about, but is also a motif to filmmaking, to, is this the spark of something new where we can change how people make films going forward. And, I think with what we've done and knowing that what we've accomplished is the most difficult that it's ever going to be, because the technology is only going to get better and more people are going to understand it. That's exciting. Like knowing that, the next generation of filmmakers will have unlimited resources to tell the stories that, they want to tell is super, super exciting. And I can't wait to see what those films are, and hopefully this inspires some of them.